that high ambient temperatures will be encountered, and thus it is recommended that automated cooling systems are installed for management. Ventilation must be a continuous procedure because the excess or lack of it may interfere with poultry production as we move from season to season. And I know for last year it was extremely hot. Can you imagine this year? It's getting hotter and hotter. And we know that the increase in the average temperature of the earth is one of the things that's causing sea level rising and different things that are affecting. If all of the ice that is in the North Pole and those areas were to melt, all of New York City will be covered. Did you know that? So we see how important it is that we employ different technologies to cover on the release of greenhouse gases. Alright, next thing was the let's look at conventional versus energy efficient heat lamps in piglet rearing. So pig sows increase around their tummy the temperature of up to about 40 degrees to keep piglets warm. Yes. And so this, however, can be detrimental as sows have a tendency of doing what? Crushing the piglets while they sleep. And to prevent this, what many farms do is they use heat lamps. And they install them, and the heat lamps are then used to pull the piglets away from the mother. They only go when it's time to feed, and they cut back on their fetality. No, the aim of the study done was to evaluate the performance of energy efficient lamps, and it's switching now from what we traditionally use, 460 watt bulbs to 175 watt. And the results show that the energy saving consisted of direct savings from the reduced energy use of heat lamp, and it gave just as good the heating capacity that we needed for the piglets. So let's go right into what was the methodology. So here we see a picture of the tutorial farm and the chicken. See how many of them are in the space? And the college manages a tutorial farm which is used for by all the students to gain hands-on agricultural experience, and we say that this farm should be equipped with the best technology, as we mentioned earlier. And so, to effectively analyze the consumption pattern of the college's farm and well, what did I do? Up to 24 months of GPS light consumption was acquired from the institution. Next, a walkthrough audit of the facility was conducted, and the information needed in the audit was mainly quantitative, but the farm managers were asked about the time frames each equipment was used. During the walkthrough audit, images were taken of the nameplates. On the nameplates of each equipment is what we call the power rating of the device. So that was done. I also looked at what we said JPS like this that show the current billing and the energy consumption for the past. The one JPS like bill, you see that as a bar graph on your bill whenever you get the chance to look on it again, it shows you the past 12 months consumption pattern. And so the data acquired from the JPS library was entered and analyzed using the REST software. And this software allows for the creation of an energy model and also for cost analysis for the intended solar installation. And from that, I did an Excel document that created a list of all the items that are used on the farm and to match it back with the library. So here we see a photo of some of what is done at the college. There is a little partition to prevent. So whenever the piglets are fed, they block them off, keep them right where the heat lamps are to ensure that they are not crushed. There's another photo here, so we're seeing heat lamps. So this is something that is used regularly. Now, observations. The chicken chicken, we said the experience. What did they experience? Eat. Yes, the chicken experience, right? And to combat that, we actually have these fans that are installed by the poultry unit. But these fans run all the time. As long as they're chicken inside the coop, they have to run to ensure that the temperature doesn't go up. Now, observation, you'll also see the projected space, and this is from Google Map imagery of the farms that are there, and also you can, if you look carefully, there may be a little laser pointer, you can have an idea as to where the well pump is, which is in this space. And so this projected area is where I'm looking at for a potential solar installation. Now, quickly analyzing the data, we're seeing September 2020 to March 2022, we're seeing the consumption pattern. So based on how we use the electricity, we can recognize that there's a high usage in June, and there's pretty much, as we see, an average of about 3,000 kilowatt hour energy. But in deep water well, we see that the well, the pump, uses a lot more energy. Do you see that? And it goes up to about 5,000 kilowatt hour per month. So if it's for anything, the well needs to be powered by a solar plant to cut back on that expense. So let's look at the results. So from the farm audit, if you look carefully, the biggest area that used electricity on the farm was what? The poultry unit. And then we also had the piggery unit and also what we refer to as the dairy unit. The dairy units were used consistently. It's only when they were going to be pasteurizing and that isn't necessarily being done right now. So the main focus was on the piggery and the poultry unit. We can cut that back, then we can save lots of money. So in the audit, you would have recognized that there are about 28 heat bulbs. And the proposition is changing those heat bulbs from the 260 watt to 175 watt. On the current, you will be having about 24,895 kilowatt hour per year just from using those light bulbs, and also the fan that is used. The LED, there's actually LED tubes that are there. So that is already installed, and that is very good. Now, the proposed change is just changing those bulbs from 250 to 175, and it will bring it down to 18,000 approximately about kilowatt hour per year. So you compare that with what we saw before. The next proposition is installing a monitoring system. And I did a little sketch for you to have an idea. A monitoring system, very cheap, using an RV that can monitor the temperature that is inside. And whenever it exceeds a certain value, then guess what? It tells the fan to come on. Alright? So, in the piggery unit, and I'm just showing it all together, we see, based on that installation, it will bring about a 20% reduction in the energy consumption if we were to change the light bulb. So I used the RedScreen platform, which did the analysis of all of this data, and RedScreen is, it pulls on NASA climate data information and local climate data, and it provides analysis. So based on the current climate pattern, that makes a projection as to how well your solar system will perform. And if we look here, and just to make, and I'm summarizing as time is on us, the data show that we have woolly sun, enough sun to power and do all that we needed to do. And so from that, there was a proposal proposed 69.6 kilowatt hour plant that could be installed that would be sufficient to cover the energy consumption for the petrol farm and also for the deep water well. Now from that, and I'm bringing to the conclusions, it was recognized, look at the comparison. So the blue represents what was before, and the orange represents when we install these energy efficiency measures, it will drop. And then we are also seeing in the gray the total solar production that is capable. And we are seeing that this is just the beginning. We can always size it bigger, but this shows you that yes, if we install a plant, we are able to get back. Now, what did I propose? And I'm just doing one quickly. The proposition is not just to have a solar plant, but to have it as a grid-tied system. A grid-tied system allows for you to sell to JPS. So I would have checked, and JPS unfortunately only pays about $15 per kilowatt hour. Way less than what they charge you. But yet, whatever was not used could easily be sent to the grid, and it's credit that can be used. And so, if you look quickly, there were more than 3 months that we were in the negative. For the 19-month period that I analyzed, 3 months, and it was by very small amounts. And for the other months, there were great amounts that we sent to the grid, which meant that we could easily get back money. So not only would we avoid the cost of paying JPS, but we would get money back for the installation. And so, I want to show a cash flow diagram, but let me jump on it quickly. So if you look at this, with solar, this is your capex, your initial expenditure, right here, year 0. That's what you spend, about 9.5 million proposed cost. And then after that, every subsequent year, there was going to be savings, avoiding JPS costs, and the money that you're gaining back from the net billing, and then the project, and they said that the solar system would have a lifespan of up to about 25 years, and so it was growth all the way. So the conclusion is this: the implementation of sustainable technologies such as an automated cooling system in the poultry unit, energy efficient heat lamps in the prepper units, and the 69.6 kilowatt grid-tied solar farm system would bring significant savings for the college. And it was also tied, and there was some economic analysis that showed if you have an NPV that is positive, NPV that is positive indicates it's a go for the project. And gave a $96 million NPV for, that's a net present value. How much will be valued in the future? And also, there are things that institutions use to measure whether their projects are acceptable. And upon this IRR, internal rate of returns is good. Look at our IRR. And so, from these, it can be concluded, ladies and gentlemen, that this project would bring a lot of money in ACE's pocket and allow for us to give the students a better experience, seeing the best technology employed in the tutorial farms, spread it to the other institutions where they go when they graduate. Thank you very much. These are my references. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Williams, for that insightful presentation. Let us give Mr. Williams a round of applause again, please. All right, at this time, we will now open the floor for a few questions from our audience. Any questions? Okay.
efficiency and consumption of financial farms.
Thank you. You did a wonderful presentation, and I want to thank you for sharing such insightful content with us. I actually want to find out if you actually have it in mind to patent this innovative way of saving energy at this institution, and will be publishing this work.
Alright, so since the research was done in 2020 with the college and states installed an agrivoltaic system, and so something that not necessarily started with me, but the research has shown impact case, it would have been something that I would have done. So it's already patented by whoever did their research on agrivoltaics, which was initially mentioned in the link. But in publishing, I'm still thinking about possibly
Okay, thank you so much, and
All right, I have a question, all right? I was making introductions while Mr. Williams was presenting. So my question says, agricultural faculties contribute approximately 20% of the annual greenhouse gas emissions. In your view, how important it is for institutions like these to lead by example in adopting sustainable technologies?
Alright, thank you very much. So, Case is well positioned as Premier College of Agriculture in the Caribbean and Jamaica. Now, if we are able to implement these, set them up with all our graduates, they are the ones who will be going into the work field. They are the ones who will have gained that knowledge, exposed to that technology, and be able to manage and better manage the farms and different institutes, agricultural institutions across the island. So that's one way that this can impact. And we can also think about particularly implementing techniques much better, and it allows for better efficiency in our practice. So I believe that we as an institution need to set the standard, set the bar, and then the other companies that benefit from us rather, and you could list a lot of them that have Case graduates, they will be gaining from this.
All right, one final question, and this one is now for the audience. All right, so if you were advising the Ministry of Agriculture on the single most impactful sustainable technology to prioritize across all farms island-wide, based on what we have seen today from Mr. Williams' presentation, right, what would you recommend and why? Any answer?
Somebody's trying.
Yes, good morning. Based on Solan's presentation, I would recommend using the solar energy as was stated before, because solar energy will be more effective and efficient. In Jamaica, we have a lot of sunlight, so we will be easily powered, and we know when Hurricane Melissa came, some of us wish we had some solar panels at home to help us generate some electricity. So I think that is a good selection.
Very good answer. Not only because of Hurricane Melissa, in today's climate, right, with these geopolitical wars that we're having now, right, getting emails from JP saying that our bills are going to hike this month.
Really?
Yes. Right? Also, if you have a motor vehicle, right, buying gas alone nowadays is going up each and every week. Right? So this is very important. All right. All right, so I just want to thank Mr. Williams once more for her innovative and engaging fascinating presentation on sustainable technologies and energy efficiency case. On behalf of the organizers of Case Research Day 2026, we would like to express our appreciation for your contribution. I would also like to thank the audience for your participation and your thoughtful questions. At this time, I would like to present a small token to Mr. Williams for his participation. All right, thank you all, and please be reminded of the research day activities. Please enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you.
and engineering technician in Food Science and Technology Unit, Department of Chemical Engineering, University of West Indies. His research interests, of course, are in areas of food chemistry and processing. What we'll be hearing now are from experts in their field, which I think will make one come our presenters.
Now, the oregano is antimicrobial, right? The moringa, which have flavonoid, is antimicrobial as well as antibacterial. The peppermint will give us a cooling effect, and the lemongrass is aromatic and also antimicrobial. So this diagram shows you that the agricultural resources such as goat milk and herbs can be transformed into value-added products contributing to sustainable entrepreneurship and rural development. So it will attract the local farmers, for example, and it can also be a business entity. What is the research problem? So despite the growing demand for natural skincare products, few scientific studies have evaluated the integration of our locally sourced goat milk and Jamaican medicinal herbs into standardized cosmetic formulation. So both the goat milk and the medicinal herbs are underutilized. Right? So there's a need for standardized methods combining local agricultural products with cosmetic science. There's also limited research on Jamaican medicinal herbs such as the moringa, the lemongrass, the peppermint, and the oregano in commercial formulation. So this is an opportunity for value addition in Jamaica agricultural science. And I now move on to Dr. Falou.
All right, morning, everyone. So we now look at the research objectives. And so essentially it's to produce and characterize the goat milk infused with selected Jamaican herbs. So essentially what will we do? Formulate the goat milk soup using herbal extracts
Then we will characterize the physical chemical properties of the soup. We will then evaluate the thermological performance of the soup, how it's affect our skin and so on. And then we will assess the consumer acceptability. So now we're going to look at the herbal ingredients of the soup. Essentially, what will the soup made up of? So we'll be using several herbs. So, for example, oregano, peppermint, moringa, lemongrass, and we will be using these herbs because of their functional properties. For example, they have antimicrobial properties, antioxidant properties, and so on. And that is a result of several higher active compounds that are in these herbs. For example, phenolic compounds, flavonoids, citral, and so on. So, for instance, the flavonoids and the phenolic compound, those will have like strong antioxidant activity, and these will be useful in formulations. So these will be useful in cosmetic formulations. So moving on to the next slide. So now we look at the method and the design of the experiment. And so a mixed method experimental design will be used. So we will have both quantitative analysis as well as a qualitative analysis as well. And in terms of the material, so we're going to use the oat milk, of course, and the oils that we will be using in the oil base, coconut oil and olive oil. The sodium hydroxide is necessary because that will lead to the saponification reaction, where the fats will be hydrolyzed. And the herbal extract is the additives that will be in the soup, so the various herbal extracts. And we will be using a cold process saponification, meaning that the process will essentially occur at room temperature, so we will not be adding any heat. We will simply rely on the heat of the reaction when the sodium hydroxide saponifies the oils. So in terms of the process, so the oils and the goat milk, we'll combine them. Then we're going to add the sodium hydroxide solution, which will facilitate the saponification reaction. Then we add the herbal extracts. Then we're going to make the soup into molds or shape it. And then the soup has to undergo a curing period, and that will take 4 to 6 weeks in order to complete the saponification reactions. Now, we will be making several types of soup. So the first set of soup will be the control, and this now will not have any additives. So it will be the oat milk, the oils, and the sodium hydroxide. And then the remaining formulation is where we're going to have the herbs additives. So one formulation is the oat milk and the moringa, and so on, the goat milk and the oregano, and the soap E and F will be mixed. So for that we will have a mixed herbs. So in that instance now we will be able to investigate if there are any interactions and so on with these herbs in the soup. All right, so at this point, Ms. Phillips, she will now take you through the rest of the presentation.
Good afternoon. So we're going to talk about the physiochemical analysis. You know, physical and chemical analysis. So a part of the... You hear me better now? All right, cool. We're going to talk about the physiochemical analysis, which is the physical and the chemical. All right, so part of the chemical analysis that we're going to look at is the pH testing, right? Because we don't want the soap to burn you. So therefore, the pH of the soap must be in the neutral pH. So it's neither acidic nor basic, right? And the retention, the moisture retention of the soap is also important because we don't want the soap to dry your skin. So the moisture retention is also a part of what we're going to test as well. And also the hardness. You don't want it too soft or too hard. Right? So we have to test the hardness of the soap. That's why we have to cure it for 4 to 6 weeks. And also the leathering quality, how much solid skin, right? So we have to test all of that. And also, we have to also test the sensory evaluation, like every other sense except the tasting aspect. So the appearance, the soap has to be physically appearing, it must be looking good, so therefore you will want to buy it. And also the fragrance, it must smell good because you don't want to smell like maybe a carbon soap, right? If it has a bad smell. Even the texture. The texture is very important, where it has to be smooth and it has to feel smooth to the skin, right? And the structural integrity, like the bar firmness and the durability. And the overall acceptability of the soap, right? Now, in conclusion, the goat milk, it has in a bioactive protein, which is lactoferrin and lysozymes. It's important for your skin, as Dr. Falloon has mentioned before. You have the benefits of the moringa. We know that moringa has a lot of skin benefits and other benefits as well, where it is having a lot of phenolic and flavonoids. All right, and all of this combined will give a holistic soap, right? Also, in conclusion, it also enhances the hydration of the soaps and the formulation that we provide. It keeps the moisture retention, the antimicrobial protection, because even though you're trying to get rid of bacteria, you have good bacteria in the skin, and we don't want that to be depleted, right? And it also improves the sensory qualities and everything. So all of this combined is what we try to capture in one product. All right, so all of this economic diversification is that it supports sustainable agro-processing and also helps to justify Jamaican agriculture sector and create a new commercial pathway for the farmers. Because goat milk is not really used much by Jamaica. We don't really drink it, we mostly drink cow's milk. So we use the goat milk. By the way, goat milk is as good as cow's milk. So we're trying to use the goat milk in another way that we don't have to use, right? And that is the end of my presentation.
Thank you very much, colleagues. I'm going to be open now for questions for our presenters. We take some questions at this time. much time we have, Mr. Ashley? We have about 5 to 7 minutes of questioning, so we can ask a question and wrap it up. Please. All right, I see the hands.
Good afternoon again. Yes. My question is, are there any, I want to say imposters, but are there any organizations selling soap that are not original from your brand that are just like an impression that may be the fake product that doesn't give us the same results per se?
Okay, so basically, you may see some of these soaps on the market, but everyone uses a different formulation. So we have formulated our brand, Case Brand, okay? So here we have the gold medal with organ soap, this one. Right? So we can pass it around and you can test the formability, scent, and so forth. Right? So there may be the same blend on the market, but some of them there's no blend like that out there as yet. So we are trying to be the first to put out a blend like that. Okay?
Me and my class had a question that do you guys do human testing on the soap?
We have done the sensory test as yet. We are just in the initial phase. So we did the pH, so we know that it's neutral, but we have done the sensory aspect of it. That's it.
In terms of the expiration on the bars, because it's organic, what would be the expiration time?
We don't know as it as well. We're just in the initial phase. So we just made those batch 6 weeks ago. So we're looking to see what happened over time. So we'll have that before we put it out on the market.
Very interesting. Yes.
I actually told you good morning, or good afternoon, everyone. Just to look at, you mentioned the lemongrass, we call it paper grass. Please let people know that the oregano, like I say, is the same French fire that we use. You know, it's new, is that the same one? Is it not? What's the difference?
Okay, so we're not using the beef meat or the beef fat. We're using the smaller one, the one that they call it.
The samples are wrong. No, the samples are wrong now.
I can get you can go for it, actually.
Good.
Okay, so we're not using the big beef one.
Not the big one.
No, the very small one. I think some person call it plant because it is good for pain as well as so we have developed some teas as well as herbs. So it's very fun.
Very interesting. So that's innovation here at Case. We are doing that. And my personal colleagues, because I think you're going to probably take it another step. Knowing new people and your how you go about research and so on. But are you thinking of treating a particular skin disease or so on later on? Are you looking into it? Because you spoke about the different compounds that you find in each of these plants and so on. It is something that you're thinking about, or you're just adding another brand or another soap on the market. Because I know, utilizing these things, because there are a lot of skin diseases and so on, and you probably something.
Alright, so at this stage we're not really looking at people in this open like treating disease or illness and so on because that would be very near medicine and so on. So unless you're going to involve persons in that field. So at this stage like this, we have a students at the time. First and so.
So we are hearing that we are utilizing what is in agriculture to make soap and not the market. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That's it for us. I want to say thanks to my colleagues. The sample is here for you to just have a look at and come have a feel, the texture, the smell, and to see if you do the soap on your body coming from case. Alright? On behalf of the organizers of our research, they very, very innovative and very well put together. Very well put together presentation, and you have been a very good audience. If you have one other question, if somebody has one other question, we can take it until it's finished. Yes, please go.
That gold will come and very similar to how why gold makes it come.
Okay, so we are utilizing the gold mill because it is underused, right? So we are trying a different alternative to the norm, because first we mostly use the cow's milk, so we are using the gold mill so that we can decrease wastage on the farm.
Thank you. All right. All right, so once again, on behalf of the organizers of the church 2026, I want to say thanks to the seminaries, students that come for their presentation. Give you a little token and you will have it in your space. All right, just to remind you that the post on the back, students' work, you can, in the time, get this, it's a reading done.
Google thing up. Not working. I'm trying to get the Google up. Because I'm trying to get the Google up. This is. Let me try something else. I don't know if that is not working. Let's get started. But I don't know why this is not working. It's not going anywhere for me to log in. You said you have Zoom up. Let me see something. Email.
Okay, so then what the person now, so when they hand it everybody's engaged with their questions around that there. We're about to begin our third session, and I'm craving your indulgence because this time our presenter will be online. Mr. Brown, are you able to hear? Mr. Brown, you're muted. Are you able to hear me?
And again, I crave your indulgence because this session is a little bit different. Unfortunately, Mr. Brown cannot be with us physically, so the presentation will be via Zoom. Mr. Khalil Brown is a highly accomplished animal nutritionist and agricultural professional with extensive experience in livestock development, forage systems, and sustainable farm management. He currently serves as the best dressed feeds mill animal nutritionist, having transitioned from the Hypro division of Jamaica Broilers Group Limited, where he contributed significantly to advancing feed efficiency and livestock performance. Mr. Brown previously served at the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries within the Livestock Research and Improvement Unit as Chief Livestock Research Officer, with a primary focus on animal nutrition and forage development. His work has been instrumental in improving feeding systems and promoting practical, science-based solutions for farmers. He holds a Bachelor of Science degree from the College of Agriculture, Science and Education, and a Master of Science in Veterinary and Animal Science from the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, where he specialized in ruminant nutrition. His academic and research contributions include studies on the impact of husbandry practices on sheep meat quality, the use of effective microorganisms in improving wheat silage quality, and the development of locally sourced total mixed rations using indigenous ingredients and additives. In addition to his professional work, Mr. Brown is deeply committed to youth development and agricultural education. He serves as chairman of the 4-H Advocates Council and acts as a consultant and technical advisor to various farm enterprises and agricultural projects across the region. Widely recognized as Farmer Khalil, he has built a strong and influential social media platform dedicated to knowledge transfer, farmer training, and capacity building throughout the Caribbean. In recognition of his outstanding contributions to the sector, Mr. Brown is a recipient of the Agriculturalist Impact Award for his work in animal nutrition and youth development, underscoring his dedication to advancing agriculture and empowering future generations. And again, Mr. Brown will be presenting his research on the effects of local silage additives on exiled, partial, or total mixed rations, and audit review of TMR systems in Jamaica. And you are going to give Mr. Brown extra attention since he is not here physically. Mr. Brown?
Yes, hi, everyone. Sorry I didn't see the crow. Sorry I'm not here. I'm off here. I appreciate always going back to Holland, where it started, where it is. I hope you guys see the screen. Are you guys seeing the screen? It's pretty good.
Yes, very good to see.
Okay, perfect. So let me begin. This research I prefer to show to the sponsors behind this work and maybe sometime the agriculture and fisheries will be out. The Jamaica Agricultural Board who is a big sponsor for this event. Hydro and EE.
And as we spoke about earlier, we're just looking at, what I'll say, the best feed delivery system, I believe, that's out here for Jamaica at this point, based on years of work from previous research like Dr. Jennings and Dr. Lau, who have a lot of knowledge over here for us as persons to look at and formulate our new future of what I think we should feed animals. So this picture up here, as I was working at Bodos and Bodos have this development project, and we're thinking about a climate smart production system. And one of our interests back then was to say, hey, we need to change the way we're feeding our animals based on those production parameters and the impact of climate change. So they seeing,
this is the team machine, the robots in the feed to the animals, and kind of go into why we use this work and to be more detailed how the data support this shift in feeding systems. So for one situation, I believe that Jamaica cannot improve on livestock production, not on livestock production, without fixing our feeding system. We have a situation where back in the early 50s, we were hitting 40 million liters of milk, and now it's actually between 8 to 12 million liters. Our average daily for a household is like 7 liters on average, and now we see cows from 60 liters to 50 liters, even during the peak performance. If we're supposed to compare this to the world, we see in Israel and USA that animals have 40 liters of milk. Why we're seeing behind the animal farms. And we're heavily dependent on imports. I think one solutions to do globally how we can utilize in our rations to make that, to make our rations cheaper and more sustainable. We talk about feed security and we talk about animal feed security. And our problem comes to our pastures, and we know that our pastures equates to our farms. So what's the Jamaican farm reality? Quantity is a problem for us. We have farmers doing services and can't get grass. We pastures slow, so we have seasonal pasture shortage, a dry season that impact on farmers have access to grass, we can get clearing and giving out everything. So we have an inconsistency of feed availability. We have a quality problem. It's not just Jamaica. Tropical regions, we always say farmers will high fiber, poor total stress, and this will compare the temperate climates like Brazil, Argentina. We see where their grass is really good, high protein levels, 50-80%, and so that we can just acknowledge that we're tropics and do something. So personally, the pasture system is always something we talk about. It's cheaper. I have a problem. Yes, it is low cost, and it's a very simple system, but we don't have control over the intake, very climate dependent, and heat stress definitely impact animals over the water on the grass, so reduction in dry intake, and that equates to low productivity. So Dr. Jennings, deep research and also at one point, spoke about the Jamaica and said that for us to sustain this 4,500 liters after heavily dependent on us, 50% of that should be concentrated. To me, that's not a sustainable production system we want here. Sir Leonardo, Professor Trinidad, Jamaica, spoke about climate change, impacts our animals, and we Jamaica experience heat stress, even right through the remember weakness. So, that could be laws of steady on the stress, and that we don't the temperature. Heat stress will only pass drivers every day, and once I was interest on the individual, this is something that we have to consider. That's why we're changing our feeding system, something intensive, and finally we put our forages and local ingredients into our pasture. But if I was your lab, I'd say that you guys can tell me, with the best and this chemicals. So what I did not do is sometimes to spend 3 years trying to identify what we call the best cutting in the plant. We cut the grass back and we are looking to collect the grass in 4, 6, and 8 weeks, and we look at the nutrient profile, fiber to kind of find that sweet spot. What we discovered is that the grasses are different. So for example, bean grass, the idea that 8 weeks compared to a king grass, we can do 12 weeks and get that the nutrient quality that we want inside. So this is solid information that we take and continuous research that was to the students and kids and actually take up this type of model and allow us to better understand where it's to harvest the grass to this nutrient. Just as a classic example, Mombasa grass, big grass from the body when you know Mombasa is here. If you see in St. Elizabeth, we're going to be 6 and the grass, if you have the crude protein level, we're about 9.2%. Way back into the field, 12 weeks later, and if you look at the crude protein, it's 5%. You see that the production of crude protein as the grass grows old. So what we recommend to farmers, if you guys want to harvest Mombasa grass, the sweet spot is between 6 or 8 weeks. And another paragraph should look at the ways that NDF needs neutral detergent fiber and it speaks about the thickness of the cell wall. The thicker the cell wall, the less nitrogen in the grasses. So 54% NDF at B6, not bad, but it's reached to B12 as it goes to 69. So that means we're looking at something very fibrous, and what is very fibrous is hard for the animals to digest and extract the nutrients from the grass. So I want to quickly run away with this and kind of research into one thing. This is one that was done at Borders recently looking at the effects of sand channels on Mombasa grass. Right? The farmers inside there was Borders, Jamaica, Wallace, and Trinidad. New Holland there. And we know that they have been retail for the season as we spoke about that climate change is shifting that and we are feed charting and farmers. What we know is that Mombasa grass is a very good grass that has low shock content and that means the fermentation potential for this food. So we need to figure out what additive we could add to this sanitary process to enhance the process. So there are 3 treatments: control, that is volatility, use molasses, and use inoculants. And inoculant is a bacteria or molds or fungus that will add to the silage and enhance the process. And we sample being 3, 7, 14, 21 days and look at the importance of silage quality, which is pH, crude protein, NDF, dry matter, and so when you look at the research, we saw that the pH decreased overall of the treatments. The IBU pH was 4.9, which is pretty good. What we are doing is molasses is actually the fastest and strongest acidification. Better fermentation means better preservation. That means we will have this stored for a very long time. Another reality was the dry matter. What was that? Molasses treatment had the highest dry matter. This means that the fermentation process is pretty good with molasses that we will preserve the nutrients better using molasses compared to alternative or even using the silage part. Crude protein, we saw peak at crude protein by day 10%, and we saw cyclic waste basic on the silage process is a very low components. So the additives did not significantly change the crude protein, and we saw a better preservation of the crude protein with the molasses. However, we expect to increase, this is what we call microbial protein. So we have a very low increase in the bacterial protein. This is pretty good. Microbial protein is not even looking at species to enhance the production, to use as a building block for either milk or muscle. So in summary, scientific improvement, molasses is highly effectively used in silage and is essential for the tropical system that we have. So here we are also rocking this machine. We know where to follow this type of process to small silage packaging. So once we evaluate when this machine works, and we call it little box silage. Keys was actually in case here is a craft here. In the picture we already put the same thing here. some practice session with the side bars. These guys is the quote on this ration one that we go to like practice general trainings you see how these machinery needs to be. And it's important so we're thinking that okay, so if you need a side bars or any bars, they could add to TMR machine with other ingredients and you can complete ration. So we use different additives in this side. Molasses, urea, and lactobacillus as carbohydrates. And what we see? For one, we saw definitely molasses again when we put a combination of the molasses and lactobacillus, we can get results, much better results than we expected. So we realize the slide next to me that showed that picture was really looking at the ball group, but really, when we have molasses and effective microorganisms, we got less ball group after we evaluate. This would become balls with great nutrients. We don't want too much balls. So what we see is that with effective microorganisms, they have exponential growth, and because of that competition, it can lower the ball growth. So it's a good combination of both molasses and effective microorganisms. So how quickly was this next one? This is again looking at the fermentation using different additives, and then what we did in my view is that Jamaica should move to a system where we could have total nutrition packaged inside and sold farmers and we use a lot of the local ingredients. So some of the ingredients are steam grass, which is very good grass, and a lot of it might taste. At this point, Red Stripe is doing cassava to make investment. Cassava, always has a byproduct, and a lot of industries use depends on hydropower factors to feed their animals. Everything is same thing. So like cassava, always cassava, timo, like mustina, like some mango, like you see the anti, last insurance. So why add it salt? Because a lot of farmers like to use salt. Salt is green there's one added here was to prove to them that hey, it's not a good additive inside. You can use it if you have low protein. Quickly run through this for you. If you look at the molasses, which is a purple line, and you look at the control, you see the molasses at the end of 28 and the lowest stage bar. Control goes back, which kind of tells us that some of the grasses, which you can put at the right stage, they can drop the pH quickly without taking penalty. And molasses can cost. But if you want to enhance it, you need molasses. So look at the glucose at the side and see a level of glucose which is good. We want to maintain the glucose inside our silage process. So for the big map silage, we're looking at the pH. We want the lowest one of the molasses again, which is really one the salt and what we did was that because the bar is vertical and more consistent, the pH would remain the same throughout the entire bar. If you look at the red, it's soft and you see that at the top of the bar, pH as much. But as we go down to the middle, molasses have that pH level right through the entire bar. They are called like vertical right through the entire bar. We saw the same pH going from drying and molasses is key essentially because it enhances the entire process. Dry matter here, molasses again, maintaining the dry matter that we want. Here we saw you are maintaining the NDF identifier of molasses again, to solve the seeds, some extraction, some breaking of the cell, nutrients there. Then we do another one where we're looking at different formulation, tea grass, sugar cane, rainbow, and looking at canola. Canola is what we call very high 40% units for additional weeks, and again, at different durations, and use molasses and the profile, very similar trend. If you look at the molasses, right over here, you know it's pH at 40 days. If you look on the next side, it's the slide to the right, looking at this CKS and NNKS of the one with molasses and the lateral, as well as the CP and much lower pH levels compared to the lactobacillus and molasses, which again indicates that the cytolysis enhances the process. Similar process with protein, it kind of maintains itself, might some production by day 24, especially not using lactobacillus and molasses. This one will be that total nutrition. So we did both beer past last year, so we will rest in peace, but he had a stellar farm to the total nutrition for the beer operation. What we need was connected his total nutrition and we inside to go into the head. Maybe he could mix this more often inside the certain farm feed these animals, and you can turn it into a business. People just make total nutrition inside and sell the farms. That was the value of the movement of the TMR. This is 90% protein, 55% NDF, and ADF is there on the dry matter. And we added the so the molasses in the euro, we have 5% in our hands. Again, molasses at the end, you see lower pH values there, crude protein, across the protein and the you see Europe having such a good result, you see fluctuating right growth. NDF again, you see Europe again, breaking down the problem for us of the molecules that dry matter, not being maintained in a shape. Europe again at the end, you see molasses and the lactobacillus, you see better results in for TMR. So outside of the scientific process in the phase 2, you want to look at the impact of feeding the same cell TMR to animals. So you have animal here that cheated where you have fish to live in animal, so went inside and exposed the rumen. So we could actually go inside the rumen and pull out, pull out what the animals intended and test it in the lab, ready for the pH and looking at ammonia. So we have two different diets. Conventional diet, the animal was fed and spit one in the morning, one in the evening, and we get like grain, we get grass in the morning, and we get concentrate in the evening. The TMR, everything is easy one, and we feed the animal, and this will show you the rumen pH. We did see a decline from both of these feeding diets, and what we like about the TMR is that we get less decline. That means there's a less once again, that drop will go into the port, we have the animal back on because we're going to like something from animals. So TMR definitely show that TMR is better for animals because it will maintain the pH level, the water that's significant that we want that can cause rumen problems. We also look at the ammonia, which is important. So look at the TMR in the blue line versus the red. TMR, so I increased the ammonia showing that the digestibility was pretty good. I was seeing fluctuations when it was night. 1 a.m. when the man grabs the seed low, by the time we make concentration, the seed going low. So the idea that the concept of feeding TMR should have made better rumen efficiency was proven with this data. So we look at the NDF digester unit. This to me is what we should use as a parameter to determine if the feed or the farm is digested properly. So we have NDF 30 I want to focus on the one to the left, and we have some minor adjustment in that. And you can see that the new TMR was 46 compared to the old TMR 36. So I kind of prove, I can't do too much because I don't think because it's really for the private sector, they want to share the information. But just by making certain adjustments, even how we cut our grass and seeing cutting interval, and I said, hey, cut your grass at 8 weeks, we saw an improvement in the diet with the increase now. We saw up to a 10% increase in digestion rate and the feed if we cut our grass farm. That is what we're trying to do here. So this is what I want to talk about because the importance of feed ruminants is the part of the science distribution. This was part of the audit review. So we went around the island with farmers doing TMR, and farmers using like sharpening machine, just to look at the part of the science review and see influence ruminants. There's also some software that we can use, and this is again a part of the review we're saying our farmers really using technology to the best because we have feed management software that can tell if you're overfeeding, if you're underfeeding, and what the mixing times look like, and this improves the overall digestion. That's how we got a 10% improvement in digestion because it's starting to pay attention to some of these parameters. Make sure that the mixing time was done properly. Make sure that when we're adding various things to the right significant improvement. So this is what the standard is, which is in red, and this is what we're getting in Jamaica. So if you look at the standard, we're always having, when the normal farmer only will always be cutting his grass and have too much at the top. You don't want that temperature, so that means you have too long fires, right? And that means the animal will slow the rate of passage, it takes longer to digest, so we are definitely improvements required by posing that way. Sharp our grasses to get the right engine cut to ensure that we have the best rumen efficiency. And I think that's it. So in conclusion, it doesn't have a lifespan, but that is a feeding system problem. I want to feed our feeding system and see that production improvement. So in conclusion, science review can work. We need to add antiques to enhance the process. The TMR system that we have here in Jamaica, I believe, is the future of feeding our ruminants. We see improvement in rumen efficiency, we see improvement in digestibility once done properly. And at the end of the day, shifting to this system, yes, require a capital investment that might not be attractive to investors, but we saw the improvement in production. Because when we got that 10% improvement in digestibility, we got a 2% increase. Now, we got 2 liters increase in yield, and that would be a good return on investment if you invest in the right machine and the right management of the authorities. So that's it for me, guys. I hope you have some questions. So if not, it was really.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Brown. And at this time, I'm facilitating some questions. I see some animal science students at the back. Okay, Mr. Brown, I have a question. Looking at what you presented, I'm looking at 2 implications here. You're looking to improve output and the health of the animals, and also in terms of sustainability or ability to provide feed for our animals. And therefore, based on the implications of that, what do you think is needed in terms of policy or ministerial support?
Alright, so that's a very good question. One thing I think the ministry should do is definitely allow forage production to be at the forefront of our ruminants. I don't think the government or the person that is pushing for forage production, forage as a crop to the peak, need to be planting more sorghum, corn. Farmers need access, investors need access to lands. They can go into forage production so they can feed animals. We're in a situation where the average farmer is impossible for him to get a certain amount of hay or they feed good quality hay. That we were feeding poor grasses, that we were expecting good farmers. I think research is key because without this data, we cannot make the right decision. So policy to drive research, to allow students and kids, for example, to be a part of these research programs and tackling these problems at that level. And they will move now into a survey or a treatment
security, not only in terms of planting, but also our ability to feed our animals independent of global input. So thank you again, Mr. Brown.
No problem, anytime.
Okay, thank you. and group director and co-founder of is married with two lovely daughters and is mentor for several students and young professionals. Dr. Scott is a graduate of the University of Florida, where he received his MSc and PhD in food and resource economies. He is also a graduate of the Jamaica School of Agriculture and the University of the West Indies. Please kindly welcome.
I could hear them and then they cut off. Oh, okay, all right, no problem. Nice, all right. Go ahead.
No, sir.
Good afternoon. I'm very grateful for this. Well, so this is the data set that we're looking at in terms of your risk management strategy. You have about 9 value chain to look at, and you're looking at forward performance cross exporting that. In terms of farmers and fishing foods, you have more than 250,000 registered farmers and fishing foods. In terms of the Caribbean industry, in Caribbean, it's about 800,000. In terms of irrigation, it's about 1 million. So from that, you have more. In terms of size, it's almost 60% of small and medium sized farms. Large farms are about 14%, which are on average 5 hectares or more. In terms of agriculture, the last year we show you how 140 fisher folks on 1,000 acres. Cooperatives have over 100,000 farmers, as many as 39 agricultural cooperatives and PMOs. Salaries on the farm average, we're on just less than $1 million, and then we get a whole wages anywhere from $4.36 an hour. That may be changing shortly. But this is the area that I want you to spend some time when we talk to the leaders and the teachers and whosoever involved. But we need to update the data set so we can come up with some more harder, stronger, and robust data. But for the sake of this presentation, this will help us to show that what we're proposing is a viable option for agriculture and fishing. Go ahead, next slide. Now, when we look at the risk mitigation strategy, you have one which is called the statutory accurate plan for farmers and fishing. This is really not an agricultural risk mitigation because it does not satisfy some of the conditions that you look for in terms of risk mitigation, like revenue protection, income stabilization, capital for redevelopment, and investment. And then it's true way to have marketing to farmer as an accurate plan, which basically is addressing some of the life and health situation of the farmers and fishing folks. It's an extremely good tool when making the needs of life and health insurance, but not necessarily enterprise on the farm. Next slide, Mr. Brown. The next one we looked at was the risk and the weather protection plan for farmers and fishing folks. And this is very important because it is a tool that covers wind, drought insurance for the American farmers. And what it does is use parametric data or parametric trigger to indicate when a payout should be made. In a sense, it works under the assumption that there is data sufficiency. The efficiency must be addressed, and it is not backed by general inspection or forecast, and as a result, some of the time you may see things happening where you may have damage in one zone, and you may have next door neighbors that do not fall into the and the folks who said Jamaica is small, but Jamaica has a lot of economic, ecological zone, a lot of microclimate, and you saw the same thing happening in or so last next slide. What we have done, and you get a copy of this paper, so rest assured you cover all of this. We look at the pros and cons of the parametric insurer. Yes, there's fastest here. Yes, it promotes investment because once the farmers are able to get this, they invest in high quality seed as well as sustainable practices. It does have a lower administrative cost, and the focus of not data, but this is where some of the issues which will go on the right hand side. And most times, for increased access to finance because the farmers are able to get financing protocol in place because there's an insurance. However, when you look at it in terms of disaster resilience, it seems to work best where you have climate measures to cover hurricane floods and droughts. So I expect excellent use this for equipment to manage your cash downtime. And I would recommend that you go to scale website and just together. But here are the costs. Doing some business growth. One of the biggest drawbacks is the indexing that can be used at my It's a very complex, but it is a non-limited tool that requires specialized understanding, so they educate and this is for two students who are randomly introduced to one of the trigger functions that it should require for appeal the local data seed and the faculty data that is now, it doesn't replace traditional insurance because if you work as if you have where you're actually not deductible, where you're actually using that as a purchase to what would be paid. Next, please. So I want to go through the fundamentals of what is this and the types of risk in agriculture. There are 5 types of risk. Production, marketing, operational, which is human capital, human risk. They find define nexus to come. What is production? Production risk. First of all, you can get means by environmental strategy. Non-insurance tools, which are towards population control, insurance industry. But in order to do that, you will be able and you must. Next, please. Production risk. Anything that causes variability in outcomes or yield that affect terms of into the international technology, especially when you're looking at farm management practices, genetics, machinery, or inputs. That's production risk. Next was production risk is that you may not even think about to your left. This is where those sorts of goods coming into the citrus field, the citrus producer cannot get certified for harvesting if you have moving all over the place. If you are a chicken farmer, if you want manpower or good temperatures, there are is cat or semi-infestation. Those are some of the things that we use today, but of course, we use your income. Next slide, Mr. Trump. Marketing risk, again, it is always variability of community that affects your ability to achieve your marketing targets and enhance your financial goal, because that's why and unanticipated forces. Some people call it uncertainty, some call it or the landlocked crisis, one factor is consistent. And that's why you need more your value chain and more your legacy development engages you to be looking at from one farm or two district. Yeah. So what we've experienced we have seen this in many countries here. Distributed and then you right, you have the temperature planes, the plane. So they are all integrated in terms of production and marketing next phase. You know what it is? This is hard as a genuine expectation of outcome, breaking down in terms of the leadership of people and the management of your systems. Functions that a farmer has to become from real next slide, please. These functions are retrace what you're doing when you're hiring, because you need to define the job description, your hire for skills, attitudes for training, your personnel teacher, your orientation, your training, your employee, your performance of your company. In most of the leading irrigation system pumps, and if a worker does not know what's the pressure on the horsepower, you could blow up a brand new pump system just the very first day. So you have to educate them and make sure that it's right. I've had that happen to Farms Admin Association twice, even as recent as just a month ago, where the irrigation line was calibrated properly off it. So your human capital is very important. What needs to be done. There is one thing, but you have to include quality control. And one of the ways you do that is in terms of training. Next slide, please. Financial risk. This is variability in achieving your financial income, individual cash flow management in your overall profitability. And especially in the case of small farms. Most small farms cash. That's another. So the question is, how do you look at this? And there is three components. Cost of availability of this, that is the cost of capital, and that goes into your fixed cost and your enterprise budget. The ability to recast in a timely manner, again from payroll, right, buying inputs and service that, and then the typical your income and your equity, and that goes into how you structure the enterprise and go to 4 phases of business, establish the expansion, or saying winding down. So financially important. Next slide, Mr. John. The next one is legal and environmental risk. And this comes from the activity of the operator while they're coming. And some of these legal risks for optional contaminant or farm into what is are there contractual arrangements? Is there anything in place for fraud, liability, like negligence, intentional infliction, or damage to a personal property? This is number 3 for us, one of the most important part we see with some of the small farms that are diversifying their cash flow by getting into agritourism and getting people to come on the farm, doing on the farm, doing on the farm. education that you have to understand compliance including environmental, like there are certain chemicals that are banned, cannot use them. They said that certain chemicals license to use them. So how do you start managing this? Let's go to when you look at the fact that you're going to establish examples of both. Start from knowing what you should know and doing what you know in the right and the right place, because delay is the mother of expenses that will damage your enterprise and your sustainability of your operation. Next slide. First thing in checklist, list the type of risks that you will associate: production, marketing, human capital, financial, and a fifth person environmental. List the internal priorities of your enterprise. Next slide, please. You do that know by first of all understanding what are the major risks that your business is going to incur and that is going to occur. You're going to identify the reliable sources of information and the tools that are available. This is why I'm telling you that you can't be an information junkie, especially when you are going to teach farmers or run your operation. Then you ask yourself, is it better for me to go into an insurance program, or can I do non-insurance basically reconciliation to be able to cover and reduce expenses? And then, simply put, what we are saying is that if you have 4 years of data, you have 3 more enterprises on your farm, you should be able to. So when you have 90, expect a master of 90, the research has shown that 4 enterprises, 4 entities, 4 years of production will be correct. And of course, 3 distribution channels, and that's another important step when it comes to marketing, data against managing risk. But those are some of the non-insurance risk institutions that you can use. Next slide, Mr. Jordan. You look at this, you find a certified crop insurance agent. So far, you have the primary here. Go to the website, find the agent here. Look at what you need in terms of your risk coverage. Is it 50%, 60%, 70%, 100%? Well, we ain't going 100%, but you need to know what that would mean in terms of capital. Will the landlord or partner be a part of the insurance coverage? Sometimes we can spread the cost with partners. Sometimes the landlord, if the leasing land, may request that they become part of the policy, so to speak. What coverage of level do I need to establish that? And how I learn about all the products that are available, especially revenue insurance. And I'm going to go through that towards the end of the slide, if I'm permitted, with another slide.
The other one coming in, the big one coming in.
Next slide. Next slide. There are 5 sets of tools that we have seen where results in developing especially for small. It starts off with the enterprise management, the rural lending program in the country from as far as 100 parts. And each of them took the loan. It's only the farmers who the loan application was for crops. Most farmers you can blame that in a few goats or a few pigs were able to pay back the loan when they were a drought. As a result, sitting on the loan committee at PC Bank, we were able to get them to waive some of the use of the loan. Use 20% or 20% to do that stuff because we saw when they were on your field or a skyscraper field by a drought, you would set up the program and the case might be. Big thing, business time, most far they start. They don't know how they're going to market, they don't know how much finance they need, they have issues with labor, and of course, when the taxman call it, there are issues related to finding funds to pay. So the Institute developed two things that have started to work. And this is one called the Self-Insurance Management Fund, linked to microfinance. And this is where there has to be an agricultural microfinance to help the farmers in terms of speed. But when you want to do the self-insured, the first thing you should do is find the enterprise budget that you're going to use for any of the enterprise and look at the major drivers that invented the disaster. Can I start back quickly? So those drivers would be seeds, chemical seed breeding stocks, chemicals, fertilizer. Most times what we ask the producers to do is to set aside a fund that can be used to trigger some support. Once that savings is in place at the SACCO, at the credit union, or at the bank, and every time you make some deposit to make sure you see the manager, he knows if you put a couple $1,000 in that self-insurance management fund, you are able to get the seeds of money. When you wait on insurance or program, you can lose a number of cropping seasons before you can start, especially if it's something that you have to repair the beds, the terrace, the plots, whatever the case might be. So we encourage small producers, and it's something that is scattered across all the regions that we have been working in the ACP countries as well as the United States, where we encourage folks. Now, I'm not going to tell you that this works well for everyone, but what we've seen is that those who are loose are able to do that. As a matter of fact, as an extension to that plan, we're currently going to something called AdShare, which is a method used for self-insurance that is not really almost functional anyway. Then, of course, the insurance-based strategy. That is where we get the private sector to be engaged and the government to be engaged. And I want to tell you, this is why I said there are 100,000 producers in 39 cooperatives. This is where the cooperatives association there. The first one is that for those who insure, like say the parametric insurance, especially for small producers, the board is known as the non-disaster participants, and I have laid out the reference of this. This is where we pay a small premium, sometimes we get a subsidized premium, like in some places that we are working, and we private sector is engaging. This is one program that personally I'm encouraging our institute to get involved in the Caribbean, especially inside of Jamaica. Because the feature of this fits nicely into what we are doing. The next one is what is called and let's that year from the year is nothing but $2.5 million. You will this to be able to have all the enterprises and be prepared to bring the money to this base into the cost rather than be there is the catastrophe that's done. But this requires data. You have to have your tax to show that that you're producing, you have to have your planting schedule, register with rather, plant at the time you're supposed to plant, because all of those data will come in when Mr. Juster comes to look at your stuff. And last but not least, you have to make sure that you farm records to substantiate when they're done. And there are critical temporary. This is another one of the products that we want to pioneer with anyone that is interested in showing them how to set up these and how they can work. So a pool of 250,000, maybe 100,000. Because of what you experience in another way. Now, we've been saying most of the producers in the Caribbean for the last maybe 10, 15 years. Pioneer microinsurance is here from 2006 to 2013. And then 2013 came into play. But it worked so well for producers who are always engaged to be able to provide the data. Those last two, those are the insurance one, the non-insurance crop disaster, both on micro-insurance. Those are three tools that I want you as young practitioners to go in and think and look at them and come up with ways that they can work. And anywhere that it is possible, we will always make sure we work with small and medium-sized users. Right across the globe, they vary in their form and their function. The top one, you don't have to get anybody involved inside of it. You're on your own. This next one, it is nice to get government involved as well as the private sector to be involved. So I have listed a number of references here that are available to you. And when you get this paper, I want you to go through these references and learn while you learn. Because once you become a proficient operator inside of it, you will always be our technician at the institute. And myself is always called to come in and to these plans, all of them. So that you understand the work in the East Africa, West Africa, the Pacific also. And I want to close by telling you this. We're currently developing a program called Global Ambassadors Program. I'm going to give you the website. You go there, you information there. We like to get engaged. We have 60 memorandum of understanding overseas that we use with various partners and individuals. Again, this presentation is going to be available to you in a paper form. You can structure it. I'm available. The website for the institute is SIBD.org and SIBD.org. Get inside there, put your information, general info, and someone will reach out to you. I am Dr. Samuel Scott, and my contact number is 954-326-1932. Again, 954-326-1932. I'm on WhatsApp, and I love to mentor the youngsters and young. Thank you very much for all the best.
Thank you very much, Dr. Scott. Please hold on. We got a lot of are planning to be, we got a lot of information on non-insurance and insurance strategies that can help with our risk mitigation. And so I'm going to ask you to, Dr. Scott is still here. If you have questions, I'm sure that Dr. Scott will answer them. So we are going to be taking questions now. No questions?
Thank you very much, Mr. Brown.
Dr. Scott? Dr. Scott, it seems as if you did a very good job because we have no questions. I thank you very much for making the time. Even though you are not in Jamaica, you made the time to give us this information, and I thank you so very much. And I'm sure that whatever you have given to us today, that we're going to use it to the best of our abilities, because in these days when we have changing weather conditions, we are going to need this information, especially those of us who are going into agribusiness. Thank you very much again, Dr. Scott. Have a good rest of the afternoon.
Thank you very much. Follow-up with documentation, and we're available at any time. Thank you very much, and all the best with my regards to the president, the board, and all the staff, and I'll be seeing them sometime this year.
Thank you, Dr. Scott. Okay, thank you very much for being such an attentive, what it is now. Thank you very much for listening. I hope that you will take notes and that you will use the information that you received today. Thanks again. Have a good day. Rest of the day.
Can I take this down?
I'm not sure who's. Where should I put?
is Dr. Sandra Hamilton, Acting Dean for the Faculty of Foods and Agriculture. Dr. Hamilton. So let's have her and she will introduce her.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. No, that's too late. I will call us in for you. Good afternoon! I'm so excited to be here. And to begin, I have the best set of students at the Faculty of Food and Agriculture. I have the best students in the College of Agriculture, Science and Education. And they're going to start explaining to you in song about food and policy.
From field to table, every grain of rice. From field to policy, we paid a price. It doesn't one thing, the ground and more. Right up free from the research flow, from the roots of the earth to the ones we need to grow, from the leaves to the label, from the soil to the throne. Where the farmer's story must be heard and not just recovery. Adaptation is the army of reconciliation. The class is the driving and the children must know. These are driven away, the evidence is known. Researching on action is a dream of hope. Policy with your heart, connect the feet, connect the mind. Make another team from from field to table, every grain of pride, every grain of pride, from field to policy, we create pride. Let me say one thing, the round table, how good is the knowledge, if it never reaches right on me, every eternity. From field to table, every grain of pride, from field to policy, we pay the price. Say one thing, the ground said more. What good is the knowledge if it never reaches shore?
So let us thank you, not alone. Let us thank the third year agri-education students for that introduction. Hello, wonderful Catherine. I'm going to be nice. So let me say again, these are our future, actually current educators. And if you want good quality people in the classroom, then you need to encourage them. So I'm going to say it one more time. Please, thank the third year. I'm going to invite those standing back to come forward a little bit and share with you how we are going to run this session. So welcome to Case Research Day 2026. Our theme this year, Advancing Resilient and Suffering Systems through Research, Innovation, and Disaster Risk Reduction. And our theme could not be more urgent nor more timely. Our panel discussion is going to look at leveraging this. How do you use research to build Jamaica's agricultural resilience? And you will know that this sits at the heart of the thing because the agriculture sector right now is at a crossroads. We are at the intersection of climate vulnerability and food security. We are at the intersection of economic pressure and institutional response. And it demands that we move the research out of the archive and into action. So today we assembled a panel of voices who bring perspectives from institutional leadership, risk management, plant science, and student experience. And I invite you to listen, not just for information, but for insight. And I invite you to be challenged by what we share. Each panelist will deliver 5 minutes, and then I will pose 2 questions.
So let me begin by introducing the president of the College of Agriculture. And Dr. Derek Fernandez, well, do I need to introduce him? He has such a wealth of knowledge, not just in agriculture, but in business. And he is making our college data-driven. He's making our college focus on research and how we make that research real. How we make that research applicable to the farmers, to the educators, to the people in the industry. And so, as he's transforming us into world renown, I invite Dr. Fernandez to say a few words.
Okay. My perspective on the process, for those who don't know, I spent 20 plus years in life where the theme is publish or perish. So you never have a choice about the research. And I still love it because I'm not really about the time to do more. But when I do a time, I actually research and write. So I still write. And one of the things you recognize is that if you look at Jamaica as a whole, we don't have a very strong research culture. It's unfortunate, but it's a reality. There's a prepared belief that whatever you can fight, can acquire. But the foundation for the long-term sustainability of any successful society is research. But our research is not hard, because there are any things that quite where from you know, but you like basic research in the inside and not necessarily in areas that affect agriculture. But while you do research, that research is not only the ground, it's applied, it's not really anchored. And so we see an opportunity for this at the outsourcing.
And at that point, I'm going to stop you. Thank you so much. And then I'll introduce Ms. Lee Ranger, our second panelist. Am I loud enough? Yes. And she brings to us a wealth of financial information, looking at our policies from the position of risk analysis. She's currently the acting director of enterprise risk management at the Ministry of Water, Environment and Climate Change, where she supports senior leadership in identifying and managing risks, and also in developing priorities. Her work focuses on strengthening resilience through structured risk frameworks, strategic risk planning, and evidence-based decision-making, especially in the context of climate change, environmental sustainability, and water monitoring. And she's led this, wow, how long? So with no further ado, I invite Ms. Rachel to give us a few words.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Hamilton. Good afternoon, everyone. Distinguished members of the panel, faculty, students, and colleagues.
It's a privilege to participate in the research day at the College of Agriculture, Science and Education. My name again is Leah Rangel, and I'm here representing the Ministry of Water, Environment and Climate Change, where our mandate focuses on strengthening Jamaica's resilience to modernize policy frameworks, coordinated implementation, and strong oversight across water, environment, and climate systems. Today's theme is particularly relevant because agriculture sits at the intersection of all three. As a small island developing state, Jamaica is inherently vulnerable to climate shocks and risks. And that vulnerability is not theoretical, as we've seen recently with the Hurricane Lisa, which has caused catastrophic damage to infrastructure, agriculture, and livelihoods, particularly across our productive belts. At the ministry, our response is grounded in a long-term strategy, advancing the implementation of Jamaica's climate agenda on the nationally determined contributions, strengthening environment and climate policy frameworks, and improving water security, which includes expanding access and infrastructure. What experiences like Hurricane Lisa and Vera have reinforced is that resilience is not just about public policies, but it is about how effective these policies can be translated into action. Frameworks like Jamaica's National Adaptation Plan are critical because they provide a structured approach to identify risks, prioritizing interventions, and guiding coordinated action across sectors. However,
You're allowed only one more sentence.
one more sentence? Sure. Just to reinforce the gap that continuity is in execution and timeliness, ensure that research translates to decision-making and action. And so this one, resilience is not built in theory, but it's built in how systems operate under pressure. Thank you.
How systems operate under pressure. That is how we define resilience. And our next panelist is resilient. He hails from the parish of Trelawney. Nicholas has a deep passion for agriculture, and he says he's a son of the soil. Well, he's from Trelawney, which is next door to me, so I'll agree. So his journey started at Nakalva Polytech, and he is here at the College of Agriculture, Science and Education. He's a third-year student in the Bachelor of Plant Science. He's also done his internship at Oregon State University, and I've had the pleasure of reading comments that they have sent back to us to say how well he has done. He has represented the college and our island well. Please welcome Mr. Nicholas.
So good afternoon, students, stakeholders, lecturers, and professors, our seniors, and members. First, I'd like to thank everyone. And some research, education, and service reduction. These are issues we face in our sector as adults. And I think we should have exactly. So first off, in that last year, it was working this. It's a significant damage to agricultural industry. And even here before we are working with the diseases, those shelters viruses, that we previously for television, that was all totally As it pertains to law, there are big challenges as it pertains to our policies of our cultural industry. Something that we don't because mitigate these issues before they get to the point where they start doing serious damage to our cultural industry. And the reason this is so important is that we spend too much time importing the results of research in this country than producing our own research. A good example is what the pertains to common disease. We began importing the fear and fear stands for but for this young which is one year as agricultural research organization, and we important bananas, the fear virus is country. We actually have a fear point, the fear 25 crop seasons. So I think we need to start focusing on native research, using what we have here. A good example of one is very honest, which is Dr. T.B. who this time created different varieties for the beef and dairy industry. And I think it's possible. So another reason why it's so important is that.
And I feel that could be your last.
Because it's so important is that as it pertains to geopolitical issues in wars and social we don't know how long we have access to certain outfits that we use on a daily basis. So we can start planning for these issues and events before they happen.
So I'm going to go from the student to the person who's talking. And I'd like to introduce Ms. Chabelle Richards, our fourth panelist. And she works in plant science. She works as an educator. She works in research. And so the person who is connecting known to the unknown. She's the person who is saying, you didn't dream big enough. You did not dream big enough. And if the dream is not big enough, then the facts will not come. And she views her professional journey through the lens of a coffee bean. Processing and in agriculture research provide the nurturing shade for growth, while the guidance of technocrats help her shape her path, and she has cultivated her authentic aroma. And that's a distinctive contribution to the post-harvest technology and value chain development. And her aspiration is that it becomes luxurious and valuable as a commodity within the mission's food sovereignty framework. Committed to change, I introduce Ms. Chabelle Richards.
Thank you. And so, thank you for having me on this very important topic in our agriculture department right now. So for me, what is seen reflects or what is seen is that we are now at a place where we finally decide to develop a model that can help us in achieving food security as well as food sustainability, right? So Jamaica Economy is on to research our production. What we have a issue developing a model that can actually develop a system that works for everyone within the policy. Currently right now, we are all aware of what climate change is doing. However, our voice is not loud enough to reflect what climate change is saying to us as a nation. So therefore, research will have to be the foundation in developing a system that my generation as well as future generation will be able to have access and availability of local crop production. Thank you.
Impressive. So do you think your boss can talk? Can I challenge you? My boss? Yes, your boss, Dr. Deslandes.
I hope you do.
So, Dr. Deslandes, in your experience, where is the biggest disconnect between agricultural research and what is happening on the farms? Where is the biggest? That's part one. And then how do we here at the college close that gap in practical use?
There's no culture in South Korea. They developed what we call an innovation system that translates innovation research into on-the-ground, impactful, value-added opportunities for business and consumers. That is something we focus on. Yes, we can produce good research, but translating that requires resources. We tend not to support research now, so it's something we need to advocate. There is a recent movement at the Ministry of the new Ministry, Innovation and New Ministries, to fund research and research into practice. CASE has an opportunity because so it's a way for us particles to come on the ground. But from a national level, it requires a much more consistent, more organized structure to move this process forward.
So, Angel, how do we use our research findings? How can that be translated into policy? How is that translated into policy, which is evidence-based, which is timely, because sometimes we get the policies 50 years after we needed them, and policies that are responsive to the real challenges that the farmers, that the Jamaican people on the whole are seeing on the ground, especially climate.
Thank you for that. So, as you highlighted a while ago, the timely. So what we found is that data exists, but to translate that into action, policy, and where decisions are actually being made, there is a gap. So firstly, as it relates to evidence-based decisions, setting up systems that capture Secondly, as it relates to being aware of what is on the ground, that requires engagement with our farmers to understand what the real challenges are and ensuring that is incorporated into our policies. And that is continuous, because these challenges evolve, and so if you have that the better man. And different ministries. Just to finish here, climate resilience or climate adaptation, slow decisions are failed decisions. We don't get the time in the next down, we have a problem right there. Thank you.
So I hear you speaking of something that looks like a spider web. I hear all three persons so far have spoken about interconnectedness. You've spoken without saying it about the challenge we have of communication. Now I say to people that as Jamaicans, we are excellent researchers. We know everybody's business, but sometimes the business that we're chatting about, one person here, the other person don't know. In fact, sometimes the person chatting don't even know. So, thank you. Mr. Foster, to what extent are our farmers then involved in this discussion, especially our small scale and our vulnerable groups? How are they being
All right. So I think that in Jamaica we have this mindset we focus more on larger stakeholders and tend to ignore the opinions and concerns of people who are not necessarily at that level of the industry. So because of their opinions, concerns, and issues that they face tends to be overlooked and not taken into the full picture of what's going on in the sector. So I think that we have to be more systems and more methods for them to communicate with us and communicate with policyholders as to the issues that they're facing, things that they're noticing in their area, and things that they think will be changed as pertains to what culture is carried out, and systems that are in place that they are affected by.
what is that going to look like on the ground? How are we going to get the farmers to be communicating? Walk me through what that would look like.
So the first thing that we do is that we create better mental outreach. So as it pertains to technology, everybody has a cell phone nowadays. We could create like an app or like a website, etc., where you can voice the concerns. We do currently have extension services as it pertains to agricultural extension officers, but most of them tend not to reach the most remote areas, and as a result, some people still feel left out. So we create like an app and they could voice a concern, voice an issues, they could speak with people and people with the experience. We could also look at ways of trying to reach out to them, but some of them are probably not necessarily so versed into them or have access to internet, etc. Especially moving up in the rural areas, they don't really have access to internet. So we could find ways and means of reaching out to them, coming to industry and outreach drive, heading to more rural areas and remote areas, speaking to these farmers, asking them what they're experiencing. Because the thing is, I think that their concerns are also valid and can be used in the global sector and also in the nationwide sector as it pertains to what issues are taking place at home.
Thank you. One is then to trigger. If you do not, so that's what you do. And there is enormous potential. We can speak about climate resilient crop varieties. We can speak about soil health. We can speak about post-disaster recovery. So for you, what is the biggest between what we already know in plant science and what is actually reaching those numbers?
Okay, so what I think we're actually experiencing right now is a cultural barrier where we're doing research when it comes on to innovative application, we're struggling that area. For instance, currently right now in plant breeding, locally most seeds are being if you and one of the reasons why there is what do you call it, a saying that says no, that culture saying alone will reject that local seed, because most farmers, well actually, as you mentioned, small farmers, they see farming as a livelihood. Therefore, it's a risk in them trying at seed that they're not sure about the productivity. Your research alone will not be able to convince a farmer who is dependent on his stocking production to feed his family to want to try your seed. So therefore, what we're having right now, we're having a cultural barrier that is impacting innovative application. We're not adapting to what is now. We're too sick to what was and what is working, and not so much in a modern food security.
Wow, that's so powerful. My challenge is that you just challenge me. If it is, you spoke about the need for seeds locally, and then you said locally developed seeds, but then you said all farmers want foreign goods. That's what you said, yes? Yes or no? So that's basically what you're saying. So I'm going to ask our president, how do we move from the foreign-mindedness to recognize that what we have, and part of what we're seeing in Jamaica right now, is that we cannot find fruits and foods that we grew up with. Is that when we develop our foods, like the Alternate, it's somebody else recognizes how brilliant it is, and it's patented in Cuba. Our keynote today spoke about turf. CASE now is an institution of learning, of higher education, and we have a mandate to impact community. So what role should institutions like ours play in ensuring that what Ms. Richard what we're doing, because now I've studied abroad, how do you bring that technology from there and say, we are improving here what we have, and we are good enough?
Well, Mr. Morrison made the point that you need 6,000 scientists. The seeds you import are backed by centuries of research. So you come right back, if you're not researching, you will produce seeds that allow the farmer to get a reasonable return on his investment. But we have to start somewhere. What needs to happen is that we can build a local seed bank. It means harvesting those seeds. It means storing them. It means reproducing them and improving on the quality of those seeds. That's a critical. But it's not just seeds. It's animal genetics. It's right across the board. TP can produce 4 breeds of cattle. And one of them is on life support, because we have not, in the 70 years that was that the breed was clear. We have not done any research, much research to preserve it. So I think the first we numbers, we can attract more persons with a willingness to get into that type of research. You also need to develop a local seed bank, semen bank, whatever it is, so you can preserve the genetics that you have. And genetics, whether it's in the plant or animal, it's the same problem. So where we can have that value, we are actually developing an MOU with the University of Guelph, develop a local seed bank. So actually, we're starting the process. Unfortunately, we're starting with imported seeds, but it's a start. Hopefully, we can start, once we get the process going, we can start harvesting local seeds and try to build and improve on those.
So, Dr. This land is say that we went to the foreign things and we did local, so then, even though we're starting on a little bit foreign-minded, because it sounds like we don't have that much choice, because, and this is a reality in the world, where's the money coming from? And are we as Jamaicans invested enough in ourselves? Because it does take investment to set up and sustain. And so, Ms. Rangers, we look at the risk, because agriculture is risky. Every farmer, regardless of size, will tell you about the risks and their fears of losing everything. Hurricane Melissa just proved that our financial institutions don't want to lend because it's so risky. So from your perspective, how well does Jamaica's current policy framework account for those layered risks, climate, economics, and social that the farmers?
Point that to that risk from the farmer's perspective. I think as reactive approach when things go wrong, how do we fix? And I believe that we have a very solid framework, but resilience isn't just a reactive, it is also about proactive and think about before disaster strikes, before the risk strikes, how do we navigate? And that's essentially risk management. Anticipating what could happen and positioning oneself to prepare for that. And so as it relates to what exists or what could potentially exist, but this past hurricane, as soon as the hurricane had passed, we had access to our bond event. The event occurred and that was triggered. Farmer approach, planning for policies, as not just focusing on the agricultural sector, but thinking about adaptation and when disaster strikes, what is impacted. So we think about our infrastructure. How do we at this point ensure that climate resilience is infiltrated in these policies? And then also farmer level support. So I know that that's at a real risk where a farmer may want to try something new, but the risk of it not working out and knowing that this is their primary livelihood or source of income for their family. And so looking at what exists currently as it relates to financial support from DBJ, these various institutions that provide assistance, and looking at that gap as it relates collaborating with the stakeholders, not just the bigger players, but some of the smaller players, getting an understanding what the needs are, what the gaps are, how do we understand that and try to bridge that financial gap.
So based on that, let me see. Ms. Richards. Ms. Richards, how are we equipping the next generation with tools, not just to do the research, which we do here, but to conduct the research? You mentioned that cultural gap. So how do we train people to translate our findings so that our culture can relate? Have our researchers move from this very academic, theoretical language into a language that moves the farmers, the communities, and the government to act?
I believe we need to change the mindset of what research represents. Because currently, most persons see research as statistics, as well as writing reviews and discussions, right? That's what most persons, when they speak of research, especially to students, that's what they're thinking. However, that's not research. The purpose of research is to solve problems. Therefore, I think what we need to do is to develop a model where each person within the value chain benefits equally. Therefore, as a lecturer, our students need to know what the farmers are experiencing and not what we think. Our research needs to be more aligned to our cultural situation that are affecting farmers and not just the sciences. Because most time, what is affecting our industry is not a science issue, but it's more a cultural problem. So we're now at the place where we need to mix science along with culture to apply innovative solutions. Additionally, when we speak about our current generation, we have to encourage a system where research can be respected. Oftentimes, especially in the private sector, they have something referred to as product development, right? Where all of us can testify that genetics is not the same thing. That is because changing their model to fit today's society, right? So if we want to develop a generation of researchers who can be respected for what they're doing, we have to create a system or a model that appreciates everyone in the valley. Farmers need to be able to can also work with researchers. Researchers are to be able to get, when you do a research, it should have somewhat of credibility where it can be applied. And for the last point,
I'm going to then move on to our youngest person on the panel. Many young people are leaving agriculture. What would make the sector more attractive to them? That's question one. I'm giving you 2 parts. And how can research help make that case? So what's going to make it more attractive to the young people, and how do we use research to make that case for our policymakers?
All right, so the first part of that question, and I like that question because it does see that it goes moving. So the first section of that question is this, right? It's not just simply, so we can start with say a career, right? Or we have a career department in primary school. How many people came career as a farmer? And I think there's multiple careers where doctors, lawyers, firemen, policemen, etc. And I think the main reason is more of a in fact, that we don't think of somebody who is applying research or somebody who is doing things to benefit this country or somebody who is putting on 4 o'clock in the morning and shoulder in a wall, we can go talk to you wherever. And that's the idea that comes to our mind. And I think to integrate more technology into agriculture, to show them more advanced side of farming in general. And not just show them the small farmer who's doing something who's technically trying to think. And we need to also think about the risk aspect of it as like you mentioned as well, is that the majority of farmers in Jamaica, they're living from crop to crop. It just takes one hurricane, it just takes one flood, it just takes one bad crop, and your entire livelihood is gone. And that also exposed moments of that. My father's farm was severely impacted by the Hurricane Melissa, as he lost almost, because he lost every single balance for one in his entire farm. And when people see those kind of things happening, they're going to say, okay, why not be a public sector worker, even if there's a hurricane or disaster, and still they have to promote the income. Because every day people have bills to pay. So we need to start looking at things from that perspective. We need to think of, are there insurance policies in place that the person is doing farming can say, okay, if my crop goes under, is there some support for me to still have an income to feed my family, or to further myself as it pertains to taking care of myself? We need to say, okay, what is here for young people? And I will applaud the government definitely, because there are moves being made to improve young people. Because the Real Startup Program, which was done to help give young people a bit of a start in the culture, whether it's using chickens, or land, or goats, etc., or seeds. And there was also the agri-farm system where people under the age of 25 were being given, I think, the first year of the land free as well as operation free for 2 years. So I do want to say that there are moves being made. But are we showing the youth the other aspects? Because when I went to Odyssey, for example, we hardly spend any time actually in the field, doing the field. Almost every aspect of approach to the by a tractor or by someone. So the land is towed by a tractor, tilled by
a tractor, harvested by a tractor. But farming in Jamaica, it just also feels very sound, like you're working extremely hard. And when you're working extremely hard, at the end of the day, you could do all this work investment and end up with nothing because maybe the crop failed or disease failed, and things like all that. Particularly I like to do. And as it pertains to researching, we need to start looking at what are the things preventing you from jumping into farming. And it's also, I think also parents are participation as well. Because if you are a child growing up and you say to your parents, hey, I want to be a farmer, unless your father is a farmer, you're going to say, why not be a doctor or a lawyer or something more. So if you go see his brother, or go see uncle and say, hey, my son wants to be a farmer, it's not going to go very well in that Christmas Eve and whatever. So I think we need to do some research into these aspects, into the cultural aspects of our culture, and say what's preventing them from going to farming, what needs to be done to make one more attractive, what things make them, what things do they gravitate towards, how can they integrate the things that they gravitate towards into farming, to encourage them to consider it as a viable career option. And also I think we need to also farmers doesn't have to be your main all in all. You can also get an aspect of your income. You can also do something on the side. So you can also be, you can be at school doing a doctor job, a lawyer job, or something else. And maybe have a half-day job somewhere to get to grow some foods or grow some bananas or something. And it can be a balance. So I think we need to start doing some research, getting involved with these, and showing them more advanced tools, etc.
Thank you so much. He has a lot to say. A generation where you're farming, you are not, or you are a slave, but the wealthy who farm. And even here, if you look at our so-called people, they have farms. They have farms. Why can't we have farms that size, which are mechanized and led by technology? Where is the research also us, because we're mostly hillside? Where is the technology that allows us to have our tractors timing 90-degree angle? I wanted to invite our audience, if you have 2 or 3 questions before we wrap up, please come to the mic.
All right, so we spoke about what is causing our primitive mindset with farming, right? Coming to the school, my first year, so coming to the school, I learned a term called value added in econ, right? And I think we don't stress that enough. As I said earlier, we are always like Black history, we were all farmers enslaved and whatever, but we don't really stress research, we don't really stress scientific development, we don't really stress learning how to implement all of these things into the farms, right? I back home, I've always looked down on farmers until coming to change your mindset around adding value to each of our farms. So let's say you grow crops, you grow peppers or whatever. Instead of telling the farmers, oh, keep growing more, buy more acres of land to grow more peppers, what about telling him, grow the peppers, create pepper sauce. No, that's going to force you to mechanize your farm. They want to be more efficient, right? So stuff like that. Keep on forcing or set a standard that forces the farmers to keep on adding value to their farm. Earlier, I heard somebody say something about creating, I don't know what's the term they use, but almost like unionizing the farms or unionizing farmers. That causes you to hold yourself to a higher standard. Right, so I think that may help with the mindset change.
Thank you so much. That's an interesting view. And it's not just telling us to add value, but the research that is needed. Because you mentioned pepper, I used to have 40 acres of pepper. Here is the challenge. Where is the research that tells me how when I dry my pepper, I'm from Manchester, how do I keep the ears very down? So the need for research is never ending. There was another question or comment?
Yeah, I first of all, this was an excellent panel.
Thank you.
It's the sort of panel that you hope, some policy, sort of high-level policy maker is, no, I'm serious, I mean, really was good and very rounded. But you're talking about research, because to me, research suggests the drive for or search for innovation. And I think that innovation can be in the classroom, it can be in the lab, but also it's in the field. And how much are you all geared, like at a case or other places of learning or research, to finding out what farmers are innovating? Because they're the ones who are actually, they're through usage, through observation. Because I think science, a big part of science is observation. Through their own observations, their own usage, their own experience. How do you tap into that to create innovations, or to, and once you tap into it, how do you then, sort of spread it then? That's, just very quickly though, I just want to make one quick comment about mechanization, etc. Most of Jamaican farming, I think, is small farming. Yeah. How do you also encourage entrepreneurs to, for example, somebody go buy a tractor and make money?
Thank you so much. Does anybody want to take that out?
That is happening, but it's probably not enough. One thing that we certainly have learned that a multiplier tractor, we really need 2 or 3 tractors, because when that tractor breaks down, it takes a while for them to come back. So it's certainly an area of focus. But I think the larger question is that we need to be more systemic in our approach. We tend to be inconsistent. And we tend not to be aligned with what we were trying to do. So we start over here, somebody's coming with something else. So there's a need for us to be focused on what it is we're trying to deliver to achieve. We interface with farmers all the time. But we also, ourselves, are farmers. So there is a twofold process. One, we try to understand what farmers are doing, outreach efforts. But we also look at what others are doing around the world to see how we can incorporate those in our own practices. So, example, use of drones. We use it on our own farms. Right now, we only use drone technology to fertilize and feed our plants. We offer the services to other farmers. We're teaching farmers how to apply these drones. We work with the ministry to broaden that opportunity to other farmers can benefit. So we don't see farmers buying drones, not necessarily cheap. But the point I'm making is that it's a process, it's an iterative process. You see what farmers are doing, but you also yourself, because you are a farmer, and you're facing the same struggles the farmers are facing. You're able to make that adjustment sometimes to do things that the farmers will see and benefit. So every day on the Cape farm, there are persons coming to see what we're doing. How we operate our goat houses, the type of goat houses we build, how we feed them, how we breed them. So there's a constant stream. So we need to do more, right? And we have been working to build out outreach efforts. But it's something we recognize as an area of concern, and an area where we could build capacity to encourage farmers to do more with what they have.
Anybody?
As innovation as well, recently I did a course on climate finance, and it was very interesting because the case study was a country in Asia. So I think what another approach to is to look at similar states, small island developing states, see similar disaster risks that they face, and almost aligning and trying to say, okay, this is what they do, this is how they manage, how can we retrofit it for our country, or what approaches and practices can be practiced here. We don't only face hurricanes, we also have drought issues. How do we manage the water resources? Are we rain harvesting? Are persons educated? Is that a program that we're actually looking at and learning how to roll out? So I think as it relates to innovation, there's different approaches. But I think looking at similar societies that face similar disaster risks could be a good starting point on how we can take these issues. And I know Ms. Richards here also mentioned climate resilient crops. You know, is that something that we are currently invested in here? Are the farmers actively rolling that? And, you know, just looking at how we can manage. So that's it.
I see one more question. Please stop.
Afternoon. I would have listened to a question that Ms. Richards would have responded to earlier. I'm not sure if her representation is anecdotal, but I'm trying to figure out what data set informed your assertion that farmers are reluctant to support locally produced germplasm. That has not been our experience, right? So can you assist me in figuring that one out?
Okay, so I was just giving an example as relates to plant breeding. However, being a researcher myself, what I've experienced thus far with farmers is that when it comes on to anything whatever you suggest to them that is new, there's someone can be reluctant. But as a RAD officer, you will be the forefront to the farmers. I think you can also help me to also understand that we have different categories of farmers. So my questions are more targeted to small farmers. And as I was indicating, I was saying that many times when you have a small farmer who is depending on his production for livelihood, if someone can be difficult to persuade him in actually trying a new type of variety, right? Right, so I was more looking at more risk as it relates to applying innovative application with our young researchers.
And I will follow up with that, is that we need to also recognize that every parish has its own culture. We think of Jamaica as one huge, no, every parish has its own culture. My class and I, we 10 or so farms. And when we went to look yesterday, what we saw was that the farmers had put 3 seedlings in each hole. And we recognized then that there is a gap, there is a space where we need to begin to have a different type of conversation, where we're saying, hey, and none of us thought of it. We didn't give you seeds because we wanted to ensure that you succeed. But no, what is going to happen? I also think in part of that discussion is showing us the money. Can you prove to me as a farmer that what are the economic gains when I follow what you say I should do versus what I know? And again, that how do we, and this is qualitative research that needs to be done, to look at how do farmers look at us.
Hi, sir, from RADA. I have a question for you. So you guys are the face. My you guys are the ones that are the forefront in sharing information to the ministry and to the farmers' problems.
So if I understood you correctly, you're asking what role RADA should we play in ensuring that what research is translated to? Well, I'm going to RADA's core function, building capacity with farms, is to bridge that gap between research and what happens in the field. In other words, we get to decode what the research says and break it into usable bits that every farmer, so you may even have a challenge in terms of literacy issue, but we are able to decode that for you. That's our specialty, decode that for you. So I guarantee you, once that research is made available, we will decode it for them. I want to tell you, the reason why I asked the earlier question is that these days, farmers will inform you as an extension officer. They are already prepared. Because of this AI and whatever they can get, they will be prepared for you before you approach them. So it forces us in a position where we have to be way more prepared to approach the average farmer, just the average farmer. So I want that mindset to be expanded to include our new reality, that we no longer have those farmers who are resistant to anything at all. They are willing to try it at least once. Put it one side and see what's for them.
I'm asking, I need to manage this, or else we will not go home. We have one more, and that's it, because I don't want to think that can't go.
All right, so I have a feeling I have somewhat of $1 million question. Good afternoon, colleagues, everyone, invited guests. So I would like to inquire a little bit about the relationship or the partnership between us, the researchers here at CASE, and RADA, because it sounds to me like there is a bit of a gap, doesn't it? Right. So, what does that relationship look like, and how can we develop this relationship?
And I am going to not allow that question to be answered, but what I will say is that we need to have discussion, and we spoke about communication earlier. So there needs to be more informed discussion and communication, because if they don't know what we're doing, they can't. And if we don't know what they're doing. So that collaboration can be improved. And it's always an ongoing process. It's always an ongoing process. Panelists, I have two things for you. I'm going to ask you the easy one first. Are you ready for the easy one? The easy one is you heard the students perform a song that was written just for this panel discussion. I would like each of you, and I will start with Mistress, to give me the title of a song based on the comment we just had.
Unique title?
Unique title.
I would say it was stand up and fight the system in order to achieve full sovereignty.
That's too long a title for a song.
All right, stand up and fight the system.
Thank you. And
resilience, not
you know, these academic, which song, small acts, songs have like if you want people to remember something, it's 3 to 5 words.
Okay.
We're doing music here.
Okay.
Come on.
Resilience. We are proactive.
All right, so for my song title, I'm going to keep it short and sweet. I would just say stuck in the past.
Stuck in the past. Thank you.
Can I pass? I don't know what I'm saying. I pass.
You're not allowed to pass, but hold the mic. So what we have heard then is stand up and fight. And that's what we're doing here at CASE. We have heard that we are resilient people. And we've heard that not only are we resilient, but somehow we need to get that out to the people. And the best way is through music. Get that out. And be proactive and not be stuck in the past. Should I thank you all or should I make your life hard? So is there a last comment from each member of the panel? Let's start with Dr.
I think looking at independent battles, I think we're at that. Yes, it's all. We need to recognize what we will be and what can we do if change that's necessary. I think all of us understand what needs to happen. But we can do it and somebody to deliver us. We get the grant to work to make it happen.
So speaking about ownership and taking responsibility.
All right, so my point would be modernizing agriculture. I think we need to start implementing new technologies, new methods of doing things, and finding a new way of doing things. I think that too often we're too caught up in saying that I already know how to do this, or they might say that I've done this same time before it works and want to about your method. I think we need to remove the ignorance of our culture and we start employing new methods and new ways of doing things. I keep reminding
my closing remarks, this discussion and today this research day has as a was just a start, and I look forward to what is coming.
Okay, so once again, thanks for having me. My closing remarks is that it's full time for us to give agriculture its true identity so that we as a country can achieve food sovereignty.
Stand up and fight for your rights, my brothers. Thank you so much. And my sisters, thank you. You have been a wonderful time. Thank you.
Thank you so much again to our moderator, Dr. Sandra Hamilton. We have together for her again. And our panelists, thank you so much. That was indeed insightful. At this time, I know the students have been waiting for this moment. And so I'm going to invite Dr. Lamont, Head of the Department for Educational Studies, who will take us through the student poster competition. After that, we will have our special awards for research papers, so you don't want to miss that. Thank you, panelists.
Thank you, Ms. Dennis. Students, you have been waiting from morning,
And we are ready. Good afternoon, everyone. Yes? Are you ready? No, I don't hear you yet. No. We are ready to have our final scores for the poster competition. The grand finals 2026 for Case Research Day. And so at this point in time, I'm going to call on the students from the Faculty of Science. Faculty of Science, where are you? No, man, no. Listen. This segment of the program is where you are going to relax a little and you're going to realize that research takes action and you're going to enjoy the moment. So let's do that again. Faculty of Science, where are you? All right, not bad. You're warming up. Where are the education representatives? Let's hear you, the lecturers. Right? And now, Faculty of Agriculture, Food and Agriculture. All right, so we're building our vibes now. We are at this final segment, and we have on cue our music man, Mr. Ahmed. Let's have an applause for Mr. Ahmed. Yes. All right. So, yes, drum roll again. Let's have drum roll again. Yes. Who will be the winner this year? Will it be the Faculty of Science? Will it be the Faculty of Science? No. Will it be the Faculty of Food and Agriculture? Or will it be the Faculty of Education and Management? No? I see some heads shaking. We are so thrilled to say to you, ladies and gentlemen, that we had 70 competitors in the poster competition this morning, and our judges worked very hard to determine the top 3 finalists. So, once you make it into the top 3, you are a winner. Yes, because if you were running as champs and you made it into the top 3, the first place will get a gold medal, second place will get what? Silver, and the third place, bronze medal. So you win something. So all the competitors. We want to acknowledge always and their experience for the Lord Dr. Michelle Black. Dr. Candice Sent. We also have Mr. Decoy Royal. And we have seated there Mrs. Zanita Cooper. And we have Dr. Quickly. Mr. Falu, Dr. Falu. Yes, thank you. All right. So, in this segment, the competitors will be invited on stage to make a presentation. They will have a maximum of 5 minutes in which they will share based on their research, and they will be scored in terms of their delivery, their ability to answer questions that I'm going to be asking them. Yes. All right, Mr. Affleck, let's Mr. Affleck give us some background music. Yes. But Mr. Affleck, when I call the names, I want you to go as loud as you can. Blast that music because they're going to have to come up here in style and show us that they're happy to be in the top 3. All right. So, our first finalist. Are you ready to hear the first finalist? If I don't hear, you know what? I don't wait for the competition. You don't want to hear. You want to hear what? The research title is Comparative Analysis of Pelleted Organic versus Synthetic Granular Fertilizers on Growth and Yield of Hybrid Sweet Pepper Regulation. Let's have a round of applause. Up to the front, up to the front. Right up to the front here, Benita Bailey. And Tashin Facey. She's not here? All right, let's sit right there. Do your way at the audience. Look at the audience, yes? All right. Next, our next finalist, the research title, Innovation in Post-Harvest Management and Food Storage for Crisis. And who are these presenters? Brianna Passley, Deidre Davis, Royce White, and Tavon Pullo. You're with the audience. Yes. All right, good. All right. So you want to hear the next team that has made it to the final? All right, so the title of this research paper is Linking Blockchain Technology to Mitigate Food Supply Chain Risk in Jamaica. Blockchain technology, who are the presenters? Natalia Deere. Yes? Let's applaud them. Right? Okay. Now we have all three finalists. They are looking a little nervous. I think I should tell them to stand up and shake off the nerves. Come on, man, stand up and shake off the nerves. Stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up. Shake off the nerves. Come to the update. Try not nice to the music and let them move. Right, because you want them to do it, they come up here. Try the music, Mr. Austin. Yes. So these are our finalists. Let's have the applause for them. Body researchers from ACE. Yes. Ready now? Yes. All of you are champions and we celebrate you. Ready? Turn to the audience. Face the audience. So you see your bright faces. Let them see you. Some are a little shy. Turn to the audience. See your faces. Yes. These are our brilliant students and we celebrate them. Yes. Yes. All right, thank you. You may be seated. All right, we're going to invite the first presenters to come to the stage. Melissa Bailey and Tachi Stacey, and they want to move the music while coming to the stage. Come. Move the music then facing your baby. And we're going to ask the person to cue us. So she has 5 minutes. Alright, we're going to tell us when she can create a representation. So let's have a quiet everybody. Yes, take a deep breath. Not easy to come up here and to talk and make just a presentation. Alright. 5 minutes. Tell us when she is free to begin.
colleagues, members of staff, and members of panel. Good afternoon. To make agriculture sustainable, growers have been able to make a profit. Today, my title is Comparative Analysis of Pelleted Organic Fertilizer versus Synthetic Granular Fertilizer on Growth and Yield of Average Sweet Pepper Revelation. Sweet pepper represents a critical agricultural commodity in Jamaica. Growers of this crop are presented with the dilemma that utilization of synthetic fertilizer, which offers a rapid nutrient delivery, but carries a risk of soil salinization, or the ops of organic fertilizer, which enhance the soil resilience, but releases nutrients at a slower rate. This research initiates as a design a certain optimal fertilization strategy. To evaluate this, we cultivated hybrid sweet peppers revelation in a shade-out environment utilizing wash sand as a growth medium. The plants were administered either with pelleted organic or synthetic granular fertilizer at a low, medium, and high application rate, in addition to a control group. Over a 12-week period, we meticulously recorded plant height, plant leaf, biomass, and yield. The collected data was subjected to a statistical analysis using ANOVA and TPHSV. The findings demonstrate that the pelleted organic fertilizers surpasses synthetic alternatives, significantly moderated application of organic fertilizer results in the plant reaching an average height of 90 centimeters to a twofold increase in the root biomass compared to the synthetic treatments, and an unlimited yield and the yield highest return. In contrast, the synthetic fertilizer exhibit a minimal improvement over the control group, while excessive organic application led to a diminishing return. Therefore, this message is straightforward. A medium-grade organic fertilizer represents an optimal solution. It is not just to facilitate the growth of a taller plant or for the larger harvest, but to cultivate a resilience among Jamaican farmers, enable them to mitigate climate-related challenges and to decrease the reliance on imported goods. Our research indicates that fertilizer selection can certify both agriculture and foundation for economic sustainability.
All right. Okay, so now we are at the impromptu segment, question and answer. So, interesting presentation, yes? What inspired you to explore this research topic? What inspired you to explore this research topic?
Thank you for that question. So based on me and my teammates, we were discussing that why is it that farmers always tend to use synthetic fertilizer more than organic fertilizer? Is that case that the organic fertilizer is more expensive or synthetic more expensive? But we're wondering, does it give a different result when we use the both of them? And based on our results, it does. So our results show that the organic fertilizer give a way better results than the synthetic, even though persons rely on the synthetic more than the organic fertilizer.
All right, let's have an applause for her response. Let's have an applause for competitor number one, everybody. Applaud her. Thank you very much. Yes. All right. Okay, now so our judges will have the opportunity. They are scoring right there. They're noting all the elements in terms of the presentation. And I must say to you that these students are going to be winning not just trophies. Look at the lovely trophies you see there. And there are certificates for all participants. So I hope this is motivation for all of your students to participate in the Case Research Day. But apart from that, the third place competitors will have $35,000 added to their school fee, a scholarship fund added to their school fee. We also have the second place. Yes, thank you. Competitor will have $45,000 added to their school fee. Those students. Yes, the students coming all the money, because the money that you wanted to hear. Yes, $35,000 for third place, plus a trophy, and second place, $45,000 plus a trophy. And you want to hear for the first place? Are you ready? First place. First place will get a trophy. Look at that big trophy there. See there? Yes. The Case Poster Competition trophy. Awesome. And a whopping $70,000. Yes? Applause for that. Added to the fee. So, students, this is something for you to participate in. So let's have a rousing applause for our next finalist. Yes, keep the applause going. We now invite Brianna Pasley, Dieter Davis, Royce White, and Tavon Polo. Let's have them come forward, yes? So the judges will cue you into the game. So we are telling it to begin. So judge telling it to begin.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, judges, for giving us this privilege to stand here and present our topic or research topic rather. So essentially, we're evaluating clove and guinea and weed powders for insect prevention in stored foods. So as we know, here in Jamaica, we are very much reliant on food, right? So then there begs the question: what are we doing when we're going to fight contaminated food or to prevent food from becoming contaminated? Here, we're empowering Jamaicans to utilize our natural resources, such as our guinea hen and clove that is naturally found here. So really, our clove is seen to have various components such as eugenol, and our guinea hen weed has the dibenzyl trisulfide that is used to repel insects, etc. This is important in food security because we can prevent losses. For example, we would not have losses that are due to insects being contaminating particular food source. So this is important in that, and it is very critical in times of food disruptions or food systems disruptions, as well as also various shortages in food, etc. So the main objective of our research is to determine how effective clove and guinea hen weed is or are, both combined and individually, in trying to prevent ant infestation. Sorry. We'll move on to methodology.
So we decided to do a true research, a true quantitative research design. And so basically about what that is that we're manipulating verbal, control verbal, and randomization. So the experiment, what we did was to harvest the guinea hen weed. We dried it in the oven at about 45 degrees Celsius, and we turned both the guinea hen weed and the clove into powders. And we sift them to ensure even particle size. After that, then we made several test loops. And with different test loops, we had guinea hen weed, clove, and then we had a mixture of guinea hen weed and clove.
The aim, as we said before, is to test their effectiveness individually as well as together, but synergistic effect in which both components enhance each other benefit and create a result in your clinic hands. So let's take the result. High repellent property, but we're expecting that the mixture because we're expecting, as we said before, the aim is really to provide an alternative to synthetic chemicals, right? So usually if we want to preserve or prevent anti-infestation, we turn to anti-form and so forth. But then the question stands is that before health and for the environment. But with the clover ingredients, since they are more natural and they're already found in the environment, and they're able to be consumed by humans, there are safer alternatives to protect our food from infestation as well. Yes, quite interesting. So, let me ask you then, what is the most surprising finding from your research thus far? What is the most surprising finding?
Okay, the most interesting finding from the research, we've actually conducted this methodology twice, and we would have realized that, you know, in a bit of contrast to our expected results, we have seen where the clove has, you know, really high or higher repelling property, really, and we realize the mix as well, or clove and guinea hen, we're expecting that to be the dominant, you know, mixture. But in going or in continuing, we are going to enhance or improve or guinea hen, sorry, or clove quantity within the mixture to, you know, further see how that would, you know, improve our actual goal or to basically prevent the anti-infestation, etc. So that's a very interesting finding. And another is that the part that we used in this research or this experiment was the leaves of the guinea hen. So we're actually going to explore the usage of the roots as well, because our, you know, research or review of literature would have revealed to us that we could possibly utilize the roots as well to basically increase the potency of that. So moving forward, we're definitely considering, you know, doing that to better approach or enhance or, you know, goal or to reach our objective better.
All right, let's have a round of applause for him. Yes. Yes, quite interesting. I will tell you that there are so many individuals who suffer from nasal congestion and all of these chemicals. So I'm sure they will be interested to know that our researchers or young researchers at least might very well be coming up with an alternative. All right, so the judges are scoring the second contestants there. And bear in mind that they are looking at your verbal communication, appropriate for audience, clear, volume, uses lay language, how they're communicating, their body language, eye contact, their ability to connect with the audience in terms of demeanor or professionalism, the timing of the presentations, and of course, the impromptu segment where they had to answer the question. How do you think they're doing thus far in terms of answering the questions? They look like they know what they're doing. True, they did the research. It's not the lecturers doing for them. All right, so let's have an applause for the third set of finalists. Yes. All right, come forward, ladies, come forward. So we have here now Natalia Deer and Joanna Lacey. All right. So with
good evening to the Ministry of Agriculture and Marine Fisheries. Good evening Good evening, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, our research is based on blockchain technology to mitigate the vulnerabilities in the food supply chain. So, as we all know, Hurricane Melissa occurred last October 28th and hit the island, right? It was obvious that there was vulnerabilities within the food supply chain. As food travels along the food supply chain, the relief supplies were not being sent on time to the western regions, and there was chaos, obvious chaos scene, right? Also, we also noticed price volatility was a major issue as well. So we decided, our software engineering class decided, we would come up with a solution for this, which is blockchain technology. Now, blockchain technology is a technology widely used, not just in widely used in other countries like Dubai. They use it in their political systems, and in the United States of America, which usually use in their banking systems and such and so forth. And you're probably wondering, what is this blockchain technology, right? So blockchain technology is a software system that is immutable. This means that once data is input into the system, it cannot be altered, right? So this basically means that if everybody will be able to see what is happening within the system, and it cannot be altered or changed easily. Cannot be altered or changed. So what this means for the food supply chain is it will prevent and limit fraud and other vulnerabilities within this system, right? So the food gets where it's supposed to get, and this maintains So in a nutshell, with the use of blockchain technology or in the app, we are basically our creators of further natural disaster, trying to mitigate the shortage of food which occurs due to the damage caused by the hurricane, and this technology will enable the availability and it will allow the availability or access of food in a dignified manner. Thank you.
Right? Blockchain technology. Interesting. All right. So, ready for a question? Now, if you had the opportunity to continue this research, where would you take it in terms of changing the world? If you had the opportunity to continue this research beyond where you are now, how far would you take it in changing the world?
First of all, I don't know what my teammates, but I'm definitely thinking about starting on this research, and I'm not going to think about the world just yet, but I think Jamaica definitely needs this system in place, because we don't want to see what happened last year happen again. We want to be able to mitigate all types of disaster with this, and I think it can be very useful, because since we're focusing on technology and growth in this island, security, food security and data security is vital. So yes, I'm definitely thinking about carrying on the research and possibly implementing it with the government agencies and
Yes. All right. Applaud everybody. Yes. You know what I like? Let me tell you what I like about these presentations. Do you notice that our students are looking at problems? It is indeed taking action to solve problems, real world problems. All right, so our judges are tallying up their scores. Now, who do you think is the winner? Which team is the winner? Yes, that is some point, right, Matt? Your team. All right, I'm going to invite Mr. Royal at this point in time to come to assist me with the certificates for all the participants while the judges continue studying. Right? So all of you will be getting something, and I hope next year you will be motivated to participate. All right. So Alexander Facey, applause for Alexander Facey. Oh, I am going to invite promises. Hey, students want to shake your hand. Come on. And just help us with the certificates. Well, I'm tired of looking so lovely. Yes. So we're going to ask if you can give Miss Dennis and she will do the honors for us. All right, Mr. Facey, congratulations for participating. You are a winner. Yes. Get your photo up. Yes. Yes. Okay. Yes, you can hold it. Awesome. All right. And now we have Cecil Holgate. Where's Cecil? All right. Applause for Cecil. He's coming. Okay, yes, man. Cecil would not leave. What is part of it? It's going to wait patiently. Give me applause. Okay. All right. All right. Serena Bedford. Serena coming. Yes. Angelina Sidhu. Tori Mahana. Tori Mahana. Romario Harris. Romario Harris. Samoy Watt. Corona Silvera, Corona Silvera. Jose Amaya. Where's Amaya? All right, come and get your certificate. All right, thank you so very much. I don't see Jose. Oh, there he is coming. Yes, he got those going for him. Yes. All right. Awesome.
Blessings
And I see you was the chair of the research committee. You can prepare yourself. We're going to ask you to come and hand out some of these certificates to our prospective researchers. Jessica Williamson. Awesome, yes. Speed up those going hard. All right, thank you so very much, Ms. Dennis. And now we have our acting VP, Yui. Come along, say Yui. He was the chair of the research committee. Yes. All the people who attended this function. So we're gonna have Christine Martin. All right, let's wait till they get this photo off. Yes. Yes. So what the photographer fixing him now? Yes. Your photo off. Good. Yes. Awesome. All right, Alexa Bailey. Alexa Bailey. Clark. Devon Clark. Jordan Scott. All right, Alicia Clark is there. Rob Smith. Hannah Hines. Emmanuel Barrett. All right. Monet Davis. Where's Monet Davis? Keisha Banks. Keisha Banks. Lady Natalia, wait for your photo up. Awesome. Make sure you know which camera to look at. All right. Patrice Sewell should be coming here as well. Dante Moore. Deidre Davis. Brianna Pasley. Royce Weiss. Tavon Potter. All right, so now Tavon, yes. Janae Farley. And then on yes. Awesome. Thank you so very much. Stay you. All right. So now, are you ready? Are you ready? We have our results. We have the results here. Yes. The third place competitor is a student from Case. What do you think about that? It's a student from Case, you know? Yes, a student from Case. Put your hands together. Put your hands together. 4. I don't That's right here. I will invite our president to come along for these. The third place. So the third place competitor will get the trophy as well as $35,000 to her tuition. Yes. Look at this camera. Yes. The one there. Yes. Awesome. Keep your applause going. Awesome. Blockchain technology, I will never forget that. Yes. All right. Now, hey, we're getting more. Yes. Second place. You know, these are students from Case. Yeah, second place, they're students from Case. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Venetia Bell. Yes. What does it mean? Congratulations, she will get $45,000 to her tuition, along with the trophy. Yes. All right. So we know all the winners are now. Wait a second. Come on, y'all, winners. Applaud them. Royce White, Peter Davis, Brianna Casley, Taylor Plummer, Janine Davis, champion. Come on, they're gonna dance. No, dancing. No. Now let me see who is going to get in the mood and celebrate. All right, so the president is going to make a presentation to them. All right, so it's a big trophy going to all of them. Is that going to change? Hold on to it, all of you. Yes, all of them. Congratulations. They said they're not, I'm sure we're going to find somebody to celebrate so much. All right. Congratulations to all of you. Yes, congratulations. So they get $70,000 to their tuition as well, and they will be able to share it. All right. Let's keep the applause going for them. Yes, and of course, our three, Natalia here, and also Joanna. Why did you come here as well and get your phone? You didn't get a picture? Come back, Mr. President. Mr. President, we need another picture for Joanna. Come along, Joanna, and get your picture. This is the memories for you to share. We want all of them to have it. You come up and take your picture. Yes. So she'll have it. Yes. And the other guests, once you participate, man, you need to come up on this side. This side. Yes. Come over here, Joanna. Grab your pen, hold on. Yes. Look at the camera, yes. All right, thank you so much. Thank you. Now, we also have some special awards. Not only for our students, let's have an applause in the meantime for our judges who did an awesome job. Let's applaud the judges. Okay, so I'm inviting Miss Dennis at this point, and she's going to be telling us about some special awardees who are right here from our staff. So we have some staff members who are doing awesome work. Right, so now maybe one of the staff members will actually dance to the music. What do you think? Yes, I think looking at them, I see some in the audience who might be so thrilled that they move. What do you think, Dr. Hamilton? If it's you move to the music? Yes, looking, yes. All right, so over to Miss Dennis. Come on, Miss Dennis.
Thank you so much, Dr. Presenting the award for Best Research Abstract. Who do you think it is? Is it Dr. Palwan? Is it Dr. Lamont? Who do you think it is? I will let it Mr. Ewing. All right, no, it's not any of of the above, but this research is titled Beyond the Field, Mental Health, Livelihoods and Recovery Among Smallholders, Farmers following Hurricane Melissa in Balaclava State Commonwealth. And she is none other than Dr. Sandra Hamilton. So Dr. Sandra, okay, so you have to do something like that. Oh, for the best research. All right. We invite. I'm going to invite Mr. Basil Ewing, Acting Vice President of Academic Programs, to present this award.
Dr. Hamilton doing it there? Yes.
Chinese vintage, because I want I'm a woman indeed. She's a constant Best Research Abstract, Dr. Sandra Hamilton. Don't underestimate the strength of a woman. She went beyond the field and she looked at mental health and she tackled livelihood for the farmers in Balaclava, St. Elizabeth. Indeed, she's a champion for farmers in Jamaica. Put your hands together, one more. Dr. Sandra Hamilton, Acting Dean for the Faculty of Food and Agriculture. And now, to the next big one. The President's Special Innovation Award, entitled Innovation in Vitro and In Vivo Evaluation of Moringa Oregano Feed Complex for Sustainable Climate Responsive Ruminant Production. And I now invite Mr. Sean Yates, winner of the President's Special Innovation Award. All right, so Mr. Musician, they can come out. So so give us something, please. All right. Indeed, boss favorite boss, done favorite done. In research, that is. Put your hands together one more time for Mr. Sean Yates, President's Special Innovation Award, entitled Innovation in Vitro and In Vivo Evaluation of Moringa Oregano Feed Complex for sustainable, climate responsive ruminant production. Indeed, one of the best here at SAFE, and one who is also champion climate responsiveness. All right, so we also have two panelists award, and I'm going to invite Dr. Lamont to present our panelist, Miss Chevelle Richard, who was a part of our panelists later on, earlier, and is put your hands together for Miss Chevelle Richard. Indeed, her contribution was very much insightful, and we thank her. And finally, we have Mr. Nicholas Foster. And he was our student representative on the panel. Oh, buddy, thank you for your stellar contribution to our discussion earlier today. Thank you so much, Dr. Lamont. And this brings the curtain down for Case Research Day 2026. See you next year. Have a good evening, everyone. It was my pleasure to be your host and Miss Denise, and I'm signing out. Thank you so much. All right.
Episode